it shouldn't feel like a dial-up. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year.
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
Well, grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Here's your updated forecast from the KSOM and KS 95.7 Weather Center. Slight chance for snow today. Otherwise, sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Daytime highs approaching 36. Winds out of the northwest, 10 to 20 miles per hour. Lows dip down to around 17. Tonight, clear skies. High temperatures reach up to 35 tomorrow. Ample sunshine expected. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Monday, with daytime highs approaching 48. 55 Tuesday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's Weather Source. Currently, it's 28 degrees.
And good morning. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver. This is the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Tournament, the Wrestling Invitational. We are underway right now here at 106, 113. We've got some 120-pound results, and we might even get some 126 in here, Cody, in this reports as we bring you the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Tournament. It's also live video streamed on WesternIowaToday.com. Now, keep in mind, you might not hear audio just only during our reports, but when we get to the finals, we'll have live coverage of play-by-play, and we'll be full audio on the live stream as well here from Atlantic. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout, and we're going to get you up to date at 106 all the way up to what we have right now, right here on 95.7 FM in our live stream, WesternIowaToday.com, powered by Dishnet. To Atlantic. Dart Hansen on the mat right now for the Trojans, and we'll get that result coming up as well. The Trojans had some wins and a few setbacks here in the first round. We're going to start with 106 pounds, Cody Weaver, and let's talk about these results in the early rounds.
Yeah, 106 pounds, your number 1 seed Jacobs of Greene County received a bye into the quarters, and he will take on Anderson of I-35. Anderson, who has some relation to Atlantic here.
Yeah.
Grandpa Jeff and Shannon is his dad. So he took on Jules Guard of Audubon, and Anderson had a 14-8 decision. So Anderson will take on the number 1 seed Jacobs here in the quarterfinals. The next match down there is Garcia of Alta Aurelia with a major decision over Matthias of Denison. And they would take on Peterson of Grand Island, who is your 4 seed in the quarterfinals. On the bottom side of that 106-pound bracket, it's Cochran, who comes in as a 3 seed from Glenwood, and he will take on Gates of Grand Island. Cochran defeated Krall of Carroll with a 3-0 decision. Gates of Grand Island beat Van Horn of Atlantic with 12-9. Now, Gates is rated number 1 at 113 pounds in Nebraska, but he's cut down to 106. So Gates of Grand Island again against Cochran in the quarterfinals here of Glenwood. And then your bottom side, Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton, your 2 seed, had a 3-0 decision over Dobbins of Central DeWitt. So it'll be Walsh taking on Jones of Griswold. Jones of Griswold had a bye to get into those quarterfinals.
113 pounds. Number 1 seed Leighton Elmquist of Ottoman. 19-2 coming in. He had a fall over Isaac Zarette from Red Oak. So Elmquist advances to the first round match. Also, Quinn Lane of Glenwood drew a bye. He'll take on Austin Gates of Grand Island, Nebraska, who beat Cale Boothby by tech fall. So Lane and Gates will match up in the next round. And then Eli Reeb of Altarillia, he won by a fall in 55 seconds over Tyler Stanton of Denison Sleswig. And it's going to be Reeb. He'll wrestle Nick Bell of I-35. Bell pinned Charlie Rodenberg in 1 minute and 27 seconds. Hunter Kinsey has gotten down to 113 for Atlantic. And Hunter will wrestle Carson Ireland. Kinsey won by an 8-6 decision over Carson Ireland, so he advances on the winner's side, and he'll take on 2 seed Josh Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by a fall in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I'm going to jump up to 126 pounds, and I'll let you cover 120 here in a minute. Your number 1 seed for this tournament, Paige of Altarillia, received a bye into the quarterfinals. He will take on Tedrow of Carroll, who had a 13-1 decision over Ryerson of Carroll. Elmquist of Audubon received a bye to get into the quarterfinals. He will take on Colin Harris. Colin Harris had a 3-0 lead on Woodend of Red Oak and ended up winning that by fall in just 57 seconds. On the bottom side there at 126 is Edfords of Central DeWitt, coming in as your 3 seed. He will take on Like of Glenwood, who had a 9-2 decision over Rosario of Denison. And on the bottom side there, Jace Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton had a 20-4 tech fall over Kubler of Grand Island. He will take on Kramer of Humboldt, who had a 12-6 decision over Cooper of Scott Catholic.
Yeah, we'll back up to 120. The number 1 seed, Rudy Rodriguez of Grand Island, Nebraska, drew a bye. He'll take on Aiden Lara of Denison Sleswig, who pinned Kane Austin of I-35 at a 112. Moving on down, it was Ramsey Fergan of Sergeant Bluff Luton drawing a bye, and he'll take on Brody Black of Glenwood. And next, Black had a pin over Lane Johnson of in 54 seconds, and I've got to look and see there. That's a lot of words there. Central DeWitt, there you go. Central DeWitt, and then from Eastern Iowa, and Johnston fell short to Black by a pin in 54 seconds. And then you get down to Keaton Schrader of Atlantic, and he was 27-7 coming in, and he pinned Nico Steves of HSTW by a fall at 129. Also drawing a bye, Leighton Langschwager. Landschwag from Altarillia will move on with the bye. He'll take on Schrader next. On the bottom side of that bracket from Carroll, it was Carson Tedrow wrestling Caden Otten of Ottoman, and Tedrow won by fall at 148. And the number 2 seed, Jaron Jacobs of Greene County, 14-5 coming in. The junior drew a bye, so he'll wrestle Tedrow at 126. 120.
At 132 pounds, our quarterfinals are set. It's Draves of Grand Island, your number 1 seed, receiving a bye into the quarters. He will take on Grell of Central DeWitt. Grell, who won by fall in 1:38 over Reed of Glenwood. It'll be Williamson of I-35 and Reinhardt of Humboldt, both receiving byes to get into the quarters. On the bottom side there, at 132, your 3 seed Braxton Haas had a tech fall over Hanson. He will go face Winters of Greene County, who's a 6 seed, and on the bottom it's Ryan Fletcher of Underwood receiving a bye, and he will take on Kratz of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who received a bye.
Yeah, we can go to 138 here, and we're going to take another quick timeout. We're getting a lot of results here that's going very fast here. We're going to take another 1 minute timeout, and we'll bring you the 138-pound bracket coming up.
Ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S. Ethos.com/Mike.
Here's your updated forecast from the KSOM and KS 95.7 Weather Center. Slight chance of snow today. Otherwise, cloudy skies with a few peaks of sun. Daytime highs approaching 36. Winds out of the northwest, 10 to 20 miles per hour. Lows dip down to around 17 tonight. Clear skies. Highs level off around 35 tomorrow. Ample sunshine expected. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Monday, with daytime highs approaching 48. 55 Tuesday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's Weather Source. Right now, 30.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to Atlantic. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver. We're going to bring you results at 144 and on up here at the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Invitational Tournament here in Atlantic. And right now we look at team scores. Atlantic in first place in this early rounds, 25.5. Sergeant Bluff Luton second, 23.5. Carroll third, 18. I-35 fourth with 13.5. Then Grand Island, Nebraska fifth at 13. Glenwood is 6-12. Autorilla seventh with Humboldt. They have 10. Central DeWitt ninth with Underwood with 8. Audubon has 7.5. They're 11th. Omaha Scud Catholic with 7. They're in 12th. This is Sleswig 13th with 6. HSTW 14th with 4. Greene County also 14th with 4. Red Oak 16th with 3.5. And Griswold yet to score, but they will in this tournament. So we're very early, but it's kind of fun to watch the ebbs and flows of that team scoring here as we move throughout the day. We are broadcasting live here every twice an hour, 20 after 10 till the hour with reports, and then we'll have live coverage on our live stream. The finals coming up mid-afternoon as well. We're going to pick it up at 144 pounds. Cody Weaver standing by. We're going to be back in a minute with results from the Rollin Dyer Invite right after this. Well, we're in first round action here in Atlantic at the Rollin Dyer Invitational. And Cody, let's talk about, we got through 138, and let's talk about 144 here.
144 pounds, your number one seed, Peterson at Grand Island. Had a fall in a minute 9 over Rasmussen at Griswold. Peterson will advance to the quarterfinals. He will take on Vincent of Humboldt, who won by fall over Hobrich of Audubon. Your next bracket down there was Gravy of Denison, who had a 10-5 decision over Strange of Scott Catholic to advance into the quarters. And he would take on Bloom of Underwood, who had a won by fall in 234 over Green of Central DeWitt. On the bottom side at 144, it's Gellner, your 3 seed, advances into the quarterfinals by bye. He would take on McGowan of Carroll, who had a 10-1 major decision over Hadley of Atlantic. And your very bottom bracket there, it's Howard, your 2 seed, Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by fall in a minute and 1 over Chambers of Humboldt, and he will take on Van Ort of Alta Aurelia, who had a close 6-4 decision over Weir of Glenwood.
150 pounds, number one seed Ben Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton draws a bye, and he'll match up against Joden Schumacher from Grand Island, who won by a 7-0 decision over Jacob Epling from Alta Aurelia. That's Erpelding, I should say, from Alta Aurelia. And then it was Dayton Guzman from Red Oak. Guzman won by a tech fall over Tate Boothie from Glenwood. Guzman will take on Michael Rowetter of Carroll High, who won by a fall in 52 seconds over David Raimundo from Denison Slesvig. On the bottom side of the bracket, Calvin Hayes of Atlantic entered the tournament at 15-8. The junior won by a fall in 54 seconds over Quentin Wilson of Griswold. And then Keaton Hansen and Maverick Hutton matched up. Hansen from Central DeWitt and Hutton from I-35. And Hutton came away with a tech fall in 4 minutes, 16-1. And he'll take on Hayes in the next round. And River Allen of Underwood, he had a record of 13-6 coming in, the freshman at 150 pounds. He had a fall over Daniel Hernandez of Sergeant Bluff Newton in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And then Jason Kirchhoff of Humboldt, the 2 seed, drew a bye, so he'll take on that freshman. I'll tell you what, River Allen, just a freshman from Underwood and wrestling at 150, that's it's a pretty tough competition.
He's bigger than his brothers and his sister, Molly Allen, and then he had 2 brothers that older that wrestled for Underwood. Molly, wrestled for Riverside there, but he's definitely bigger than they ended up being, I think, in high school. So.
And he's wrestled upperclassmen when you get to that, 150-pound bracket as a freshman, so doing quite well. We do have some results, Cody, at 157, too.
Yeah, 157, your number 1 seed. Miller of Greene County had a fall in 59 seconds over John of Grand Island. So he will advance on to take on Jorgensen of Central DeWitt, who won by fall over Hogue of Audubon. Travis of Alta Aurelia advanced in the quarters by a bye, and he will take on Pusadi of I-35, who had won by fall in 32 seconds over Perez. Jaden Hart of Atlantic, your 3 seed, won by fall in 56 seconds over Amos of Griswold and picked up his 100th career victory as a junior. He will take on Downs of Humboldt, who won by fall in 30 seconds over Santos of Denison. And your bottom side there, your 2 seed Kudum of Sergeant Bluff Luton received a bye into the quarters, and he will take on Weber of Carroll, who won by tech fall over Williamson of Glenwood in 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
We move on to 165 pounds. Tyler Harrell of Scott Catholic, the number 1 seed, won by tech fall over Connor Veal from Central DeWitt. And then it was Drake Kiesel from HSTW over Andy Alvarenga from Denison by fall in 2:35. Also the top side, it was Noah Chapman of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a pin in 19 seconds over Dane Carey of Griswold and Draven Smith. Well, he's had a great start this season. He's 28-6 coming in. The junior won by a fall over Caden Fredine of Humboldt in 2:26. Draven Smith with a win for Atlantic there. On the bottom side of the bracket, Noah Larson of Alta Aurelia won. He got a bye, and he'll take on Jace Maxwell of I-35 next. Maxwell had a fall in 45 seconds over Wyatt Venner from Carroll High. Holden Durick of Underwood. He don't have a result on him yet. Maybe you do, Cody, but I do know on the bottom side it was the 2 seed Caden Harder of Grand Island, Nebraska with a pin in 3 minutes and 12 seconds over Brant Maurer from Glenwood. And so I didn't get the Durick unless they're still out there.
Alta Aurelia advanced into the quarters. Larson of Alta Aurelia. He'll take on Maxwell of I-35, who had a fall in 45 seconds over Venner. And then it was Durick of Underwood, who had a tech fall over Alchuluta of Red Oak in 53 seconds. And again, you talked about Harder of Grand Island advancing with a 9-0 fall in 3:12 over Maurer of Glenwood.
All right, so let's see. Well,
kind of where we are. The 75-pound bracket kids are out there on the mats right now. It's Nelson of Underwood taking on Ellington, a Sergeant Bluff Luton. Tight match here, 3-2 as we look at that bracket there. And it's Clucky of Carroll taking on Purdue of Red Oak, and that match is scoreless.
So that's what we have right now, and we're going to break away here. It's 11 o'clock. You're listening to high school wrestling coverage on KSWI Atlantic. The next report coming up at around 11:20 right here on our live video stream, westernnowatoday.com, TV and YouTube, and on the radio here at 95.7 FM. We're in Atlantic for the Rollin Dyer Invitational.
Forecast from Southwest to Iowa's Weather Source. Currently, it's 32 degrees.
Hey, good morning. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver. Welcome back to the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament as the beat goes on. A lot of pins we've had here in this first round, and we're going to get you caught up on the first round of matches. Then we've got some backside and some front side of matches going on now at the lighter weights, and we'll catch those results coming up after the break, Cody. But we'll pick it up at 175 here in this report.
Yeah, 175, your number one seed of Underwood had a fall in 259 over Ellington of Sergeant Bluff Luton, so Nelson of Underwood advances into that quarters. He will take on Nelson of I-35, who had a tech fall over Connor of Central DeWitt. It was Clucky of Carroll winning by fall in 458 over Purdue of Red Oak, and he will take on Medina Dennison, who received a bye to get into the quarterfinals. On the bottom side here at 175, it is Peterson of Grand Island, who won by fall in minute 24 over Cleaver of Atlantic. Peterson will take on Reeves of Alta Aurelia, who received a bye to get in the quarters. And your 2 seed, Niall Linville, advanced into the quarters by a bye. He will take on Halverson of Humboldt, who won by fall in 142 over Casper Bauer of Audubon.
Let's take a look at 190. The number one seed is Brody Hendricks of Humboldt. He won by tech fall over Cooper Small of Central DeWitt. Daxton Nelson of Grand Island drew a bye. He'll take on Hendricks in the next round. Colton Johnson of Underwood, he entered the tournament at 13-8. The sophomore won by a fall in 5:45 over Kennick Bushman from Sergeant Bluff Luton. And Brock Hunt of I-35 draws a bye. He'll take on Johnson next. On the bottom side of the bracket, Kieran Polking of Carroll High won by tech fall over Jared Scriver of Red Oak. And Landon Lechtenberg of Glenwood won by a bye, or he did advancement with a bye. He'll take on Polking. On the bottom side, Abraham Baharis of Alta Aurelia drew a bye, and he'll take on number 2 seed Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic, who pinned Nehemiah Hoyt of Greene County in 1 minute and 53 seconds at 190.
At 215, your 1 seed Mason Kohler of Glenwood with a tech fall in 2 minutes 16 seconds over Fiengo of Humboldt, advancing into the quarterfinals, and he will take on Disher of Alta Aurelia, who won by forfeit, but bye and beat into the quarters. And it was Traven Thomas of Atlantic winning by fall in 144 over Taylor of Underwood. So Thomas will take on Dather of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who's the 4 seed, who received a bye to get into that quarterfinals. And on the bottom side here at 215, Quentin Polking of Carroll won by fall in 129 over Taylor of Glenwood. He will take on Smith of Griswold, who won by fall in 32 seconds over Henkel of Audubon. And then your bottom side there, very bottom, is Snethan of Central DeWitt, received a bye to get in the quarters. He will take on Bowl of Grand Island, who had a fall in 56 seconds over Morrison of I-35.
Nate Van Horn at 106, wrestling on the backside, just picked up a win for Atlantic there as well. At 285, Drake Boothie of Glenwood, the number 1 seed, won by a pin in 149 over Emmanuel Marshall of Grand Island, Nebraska. And it was Cooper Woolsey of Atlantic. He had a quick pin over Wilson Alpet from Alta Aurelia in 33 seconds. Woolsey will take on Boothie next. Caleb Crandall of Central DeWitt drew a bye, and he'll take on Roman Scheffler of HSTW, who won by an 8-3 decision over Todd Schmidt unattached. On the bottom side, Gavin Holt of Carroll High at 9-1 drew a bye. Oliver Dykes of Red Oak won by a fall in 57 seconds over Gunnar Hammer of I-35. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, 2 seed Stephen Ayala was upended by Owen Miller. Unattached. Owen Miller from Atlantic, I believe there. He's unattached, but he beat the 2 seed Ayala. We just watched that match down here below, Cody Weaver. Not sure if you have the Zellini-Meyer match at 285 yet. We're still waiting for that to update. I don't see those guys out there, so we're going to take a time out here, and we'll see if we can get an update there. And we're going to pick up some of the matches there now as we move into the next round here at the Rollin Dyer Invitational. There we go. Cody, what do you have?
It was Meyer of Audubon winning by tech fall over Zellini of Sergeant Bluff Luton to advance there into the quarterfinals at 215 or 285. I'm sorry.
We'll take a 1-minute timeout. We're at the Rollin Dyer Invitational. We'll pick it up at 106. So right after these. Atlantic, 4 mats going, outstanding wrestling, 45, nearly 45 ranked wrestlers competing here today in the 17-team tournament. Cody's going to have the 106s. We're going to take a look at 113 real quick. Leighton Elmquist of Audubon, he's advanced all the way to the semifinals. He had a fall, and then he picked up a tech fall over Wade Lingling from Carroll High. And then on the bottom side, it was Eli Reeb of Altarelia. He pinned Tyler Stand of Denison Slesvig in 55 seconds. Then he pins Nick Bell of I-35 in a 4:47. So we do have those results at 113. We'll back up to 106. I'm going to get the team scores as well here, Coach.
Yeah, at 106 pounds, Jacobs, your number 1 seed, won by fall in 133 over Anderson of I-35 to advance into the semis. And he will take on Peterson of Grand Island, who had 1 by fall in 316 over Garcia of Altarelia. So Jacobs of Greene County taking on Peterson of Grand Island there on the top side. On the bottom side, it is Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by fall in 1:59 over Jones. And he will take on the winner of Cochran and Gates. And those two, when I look at that match right now, it looks like it's 10-2 right now. Cochran actually has the advantage, and Gates is somebody that we saw rated in Nebraska at 113 pounds. Gates was rated, he was rated number 8, so he's right now trailing to Cochran at Glenwood. 10-2 in that quarterfinal match.
All right. We're going to pick up the team standings here in just a moment. We'll take another 30-second timeout. You're listening to high school wrestling coverage from the Rollin Dyer Invitational in Atlantic.
There. It's one of the most well-known slogans in America. But what does it mean to me, your local State Farm agent Elvis Haas? It means being there when you need someone you can trust. It means being there to talk directly to your agent, not just a call center. It means understanding exactly what you're paying your hard-earned money for. At Elvis Haas State Farm, my team and I are committed to providing real, personal customer service. We're here to help with your auto, home, life, farm, business, health, and financial services. Come see us just half a block west of the courthouse or give us a call at 712-243-4824.
Welcome back to the Rollin Dyer Invitational. Let's take a look at Atlantic leading with 44.5 points. Grand Island second now. They jumped Sergeant Bluff Luton. They have 43. Sergeant Bluff third with 37. Carroll High fourth, 33. Altarelia fifth with 21. Fifth is I-35 with 21 with Altarelia. Glenwood 7th with 20. Underwood 8th with 19.5. Audubon 9th with 17.5. Tied with Humboldt with 17.5. Greene County 11th with 13. Red Oak 12th, 10.5. Central DeWitt 13th with 8. Omaha Scott Catholic 14th with 7. AHSTW 15th with 6. Denison Slesvig 16th with 5. And Griswold is 17th with 4 points here in the tournament. So Atlantic in this round continues to lead by 1.5 points over Grand Island, Nebraska, and Sergeant Bluff Luton right in there as well. So it's going to be fun to watch this team race here, Cody Weaver, down the stretch.
It is, especially, as we get on the backside here. And, these matches here, we're still watching 106 pounds. It's Cochran of Glenwood trying to get into the semis over Gates of Grand Island. Again, Gates, a ranked kid from Grand Island. Cochran, just a freshman coming in, not ranked in Iowa yet, for wrestling for Glenwood. So coming right down to the end here, it's 11-0 though, but Cochran, they're in the third period.
Yeah, when you talk about those 106-pounders, you had Riley Peterson, Grand Island, like you mentioned, a senior ranked. And number one, is that what you said? And Colton Strange of Omaha Scott Catholic also ranked number 3 in Class B in Nebraska. Luke Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton. In 2A, ranked number 4, Cochran of Glenwood. 2A ranked 5th, Brennan Jacobs of Greene County. In 2A ranked 7th, and Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic, who just picked up a win on the backside, ranked number 10th in Class of 2A. So loaded brackets here this morning, and we'll keep you updated here from the Rollin Dyer Invitational. Our next report coming up at 11:20, or right after a weather forecast here in this hour. And then we'll have, of course, live coverage of the finals coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. For Cody Weaver, I'm Tom Robinson. So long for now. We'll be back in about 20 minutes with another report from the Rollin Dyer Invitational. Morning. One final report before we reach high noon here at the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament. I'm Tom Robinson along with Cody Weaver as we are working in the second round matches and getting the semifinals set up here. And we're going to back up to 106 pounds and to get us caught up here, Cody. Let's start here.
Yeah, at 106 pounds, your one seed Jacobs of Greene County had a fall in minute 33 over Anderson at I-35. He will take on Peterson of Grand Island, who won by fall in 3:16 over Garcia of Alta Aurelia. So that top side semifinal, Jacobs Greene County versus Peterson at Grand Island. And the bottom there is your 3 seed Cochran with a 12-5 decision over Gates of Grand Island. And Cochran of Glenwood will take on Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by fall in 1:59. We had one match on the backside there at 106 pounds, and that was Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic, your 6 seed, taking on Crawl of Carroll, and he won that by fall in 1:58. So Van Horn will advance to take on Garcia, who came from the front side there.
113 pounds, number 1 seed Leighton Elmquist, 20-2 coming in. He had a pin, and then he comes back in the quarterfinals, and he tech falls Wade Langling from Carroll High at 3:13, 19-1. He'll take on Lane, Quentin Lane from Glenwood in the semifinals. Lane won by a 13-11 decision over Austin Gates of Grand Island, Nebraska at 113. We go to the bottom side of the bracket, Eli Reeb from Alta Aurelia. He won by a fall in his first round match. He wins by a fall in the second. He's in the semifinals. He pinned Nick Bell of I-35 at a foul minute, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. And his opponent in the semifinals will be 2 seed Josh Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by a pin in his first round match. He won by a tech fall over Hunter Kinsey of Atlantic. And Kinsey, who started off wrestling at 126 for the Trojans when the season started, he gets down to 13. What a team player there to fill that open spot. Atlantic had that open here all last week. So good for Hunter Kinsey, the freshman. And he did win his first round match 8-6, and then lost by tech fall. So he'll go the backside round. We do have some results here. It was Zarate of Red Oak winning by a fall. He'll take on Kinsey next. And then we do have a Rodenberg of Underwood Charlie. He won by a fall over Tyler Stanton of Denison. Rodenberg will now take on Gates. Another result here, we had Carson Ireland of Humboldt. He drew a bye, and then he tech-falled Johnson of Greene County, and he'll wrestle Langling from Carroll High on that backside match coming up here next.
I'm going to jump to 26, and I'll let you pull up 120. At 126, it was Page, your 1 seed of Alta Aurelia, winning by fall in 2:32 over Tedrow of Carroll, advancing into that semifinals. And your number 4 seed, Colin Harris, had a 7-0 decision over Elmquist of Audubon. So it'll be Page of Alta Aurelia versus Harris of Atlantic. They're on the top side at 126 in the semifinals. And on the bottom side, it was Edfords of Central DeWitt losing a 2-1 decision to Like of Glenwood. Edwards comes in as a rated kid at 132. Wow. So he's down a bracket. And the 2 seed there, Jace Curry, won by fall over Kramer of Humbert. So in the semifinals there at 126, it's Page versus Harris, Alta Aurelia versus Atlantic, and then it's Like of Glenwood taking on Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton. We just had one match there at 126 on the backside, and that was Cooper of Scott taking on Keebler of Grand Island. Keebler of Grand Island won that by an 8-3 decision.
120, it was Rodriguez, the number 1 seed, Rudy Rodriguez from Grand Island, Nebraska, by, and then he pinned Aiden Lara of Denison Slesvig at 138. He'll be in the semifinals against Brody Black of Glenwood. Brody Black on the bottom side with a 54-second pin over Lane Johnson. Then Black comes back and pins Ramsey Fergan of Sergeant Bluff Luton. So he's in the semifinals at 120 against Rodriguez. On the bottom side, Keaton Schrader of Atlantic. He had a fall, then he pins Leighton Langswagger from Alta Aurelia to 152. So Schrader is in the semis. He'll take on the 2 seed Jaron Jacobs of Greene County, who had a 7-1 decision over Carson Tedrow from Carroll here at 120 pounds. No backside matches as of yet.
At 132 pounds, your number 1 seed, Graves of Grand Island, won by fall in 2:57 over Grell of Central DeWitt. And he will take on Reinhardt of Humboldt, who won by fall in 52 seconds. So Graves of Grand Island versus Reinhardt of Humboldt there on the top side at 132. On the bottom side, it was Haas who won by fall over Winters of Greene County, and he will take on Ryan Fletcher, your 2 seed of Underwood, who had a major tech fall over Croats of Sergeant Bluff Luton. And there was a couple matches, it looks like, on the backside there at 132. Reed of Glenwood had a 6-2, or won by fall in 138 over Grell of Central DeWitt. And that'll be all it is for 132.
You bet. Fletcher's dad, Matt, grew up with him. He wrestled with my boys all the way from 8 years old into high school. Matt is a big part of that program there at Underwood. We just have one result here at 138. Braden Sheffers of I-35 had a bye. He's the number 1 seed. Then he tech-falled Hudson Turwey of Sergeant Bluff Luton in 236, 15-0. So Sheffers will wait and get his opponent in the semifinals. Hagen of Atlantic's in the quarterfinals. He'll be wrestling Carlson from Scott. That'll be coming up here in just a little bit. Hey, we're going to take a 1-minute timeout. We'll catch the team scores right after these.
Coast Iowa Transit Agency is proud to be
Well, Grand Island, Nebraska now is taking the lead in the team standing, 66.5. Atlantic now second, 63.5. They held the lead there momentarily. Glenwood has jumped up to third with 44 points. Sergeant Bluff Luton fourth with 43.5, and a Carroll High fifth with 36. Underwood sixth with 31. Altarelia 30 points in seventh. I-35 eighth. Humboldt ninth, and Greene County 10th. Audubon is 11th right now with a 17.5. Omaha Scott Catholic 12th. Red Oak 13th. Then Central DeWitt, HSTW, Denison, Sleswig, and Griswold. They will round out the balance of the 17-team field here in Atlantic. Our next report coming up at around 12:20 this afternoon. Right here on 95.7 FM. We are live streaming right now on WesternIowaToday.com, but we'll have that thing rocking and rolling there when the finals start. We'll have full coverage, play-by-play, and video of the finals as well coming up here mid-afternoon. For Cody Weaver, I'm Tom Robinson. So long for now from the Rollin Dyer Invitational here in Atlantic. We'll have another report coming up in about 20 minutes on 95.7 FM.
this afternoon. Otherwise, cloudy skies with a few peaks of sun. High temperatures reach up to 36. Winds out of the northwest, 10 to 20 miles per hour. Lows dip down to around 17. Tonight, clear skies. Bright sunshine expected tomorrow. Highs level off around 35. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Monday, with daytime highs approaching 48. 55 Tuesday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's weather source. Right now, it's 34 degrees.
And good afternoon. Welcome back to the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling and Tournament. I'm Tom Roberts alongside Cody Weaver as the meet moves on. And we're getting the semifinals all set up here right now, Cody, and we're going to pick it up at 138 pounds.
Yeah, at 138 pounds, Sheffers, your number 1 seed, I-35, had a tech fall over Terwee of Sergeant Bluff Luton to advance into the semis. He will take on Kimlick of Grand Island, who won by fall in 4-11 over Christensen at Glenwood. On that bottom side at 138, it is Carlson of Omaha Skutt with a major decision over Landon Hagen, 14-0. So Carlson will take on Rasmussen of Audubon, your 2 seed, a major decision over Hayden of Humboldt, 10-1. And on the backside there at 138, there was just one match. It was Kincaid of Carroll taking on Jones of Griswold, and Kincaid won that 6-1. Won that by fall in 49 seconds.
Thank you, Cody. Hey, we move up to 144 pounds. Gavin Peterson from Grand Island, number 1 seed, had a fall. Then he tech-falled Caleb Vincent from Humboldt. And Peterson will take on Bloom in the semifinals. Bloom is from Underwood. He had a fall over Green from Central DeWitt, and then Bloom had a tech fall over Grave from Denison Sleswig. On the bottom side of that bracket, Will Griner of I-35 had a bye. Then he pinned Mickey McGowan of Carroll in 256. He'll take on the 2 seed Drake Howard of Sergeant Bluff Leuven, who had a pin in 107 after a pin in 101. Then he advanced with a pin in 107 over Van Ort. Gable Van Ort from Alta Aurelia. We did have a couple of matches on the backside. It was Halbrick from Audubon. He pinned Rasmussen from Griswold. He'll take on Van Ort next. On the backside of matches, Strange from Scott. He had a pin over Green from Central DeWitt. He'll take on McGowan of Carroll. Hadley will wrestle Grave of Denison Sleswig. And Weir of Glenwood advance with a fall in 313 over Chambers of Humboldt. He'll take on Vincent of Humboldt next at 144.
At 150, your number 1 seed Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton had a tech fall over Schumacher of Grand Island. He would advance to the semifinals to take on Rauder of Carroll, who had a 3-minute 56-second fall over Gussman. On the bottom side, there's Calvin Hayes with a fall in 5:45 over Hutton of I-35 to advance to the semis, and he will take on Kirchhoff of Humboldt, who won by fall in 5:53. Just one match here on the backside. It was Buthe of Glenwood winning by fall in 1:08 over Raymundo of Denison.
Let's take a look at 157. It's Deegan Miller of Greene County. Won by a fall in 59. He wins by a fall in 258 to get the semifinals. And he'll take on Pizzuti. Pizzuti's from I-35. Nick Pizzuti won by a fall over Aaron Perez of Red Oak in 32 seconds. And then he pinned Tay Jarvis of Alta Aurelia in 145. So Miller and Pizzuti. On the bottom side, it's Jaden Harder. Wins by a fall in his first round and wins his 100th career match. And then he picks up his 101st career match with a 329 pin over Braden Downs of Humboldt. And it'll be Codum from Sergeant Bluff Luton. Codum drew a bye, and then Codum with a tech fall over Weber, Trevin Weber of Carroll High. And so Codum and Harder and Miller and Pizzuti in the semifinals there. One match to bring on the backside. It was John of Grand Island with a fall in 328 over Hogue from Audubon. And you've got Downs and Perez matching up on the bottom side, and Williamson of Glenwood and Jorgensen of Central DeWitt.
165, it was Harrell of Omaha Skutt with a tech fall over Kiesel of AHST to advance on that top side at 165, and he will take on Draven Smith, who had a 9-3 decision over Chapman. The bottom side of the bracket there at 165. It is Larson of Alta Aurelia winning by fall in 50 seconds over Maxwell of I-35, and he will take on Harder of Grand Island, who won by fall in 1:13 over Durick of Underwood. 3 matches on that backside. It was Veal of Central DeWitt winning by fall in 57 seconds over Alvarenga of Denison. It was Frieden of Humboldt winning by fall in 1:23 over Carey of Griswold. And it was Maurer of Glenwood with a 45-second fall over Archuleta of Red Oak.
And then we look at 175. I just want a match to bring you Caleb Nelson of Underwood, the #1 seed. He pinned Kamari Ellington of Sergeant Bluff Luton in 259. Then he came back with a fall in 115 over Walker Nelson from I-35. And then we'll wait and see whether he'll wrestle Clucky or Medina. In the semis, Peterson and Reeves on the bottom side. Peterson from Grand Island, Reeves from Alta Aurelia, and Halvers of Humboldt will take on Lundvall from Glenwood. And now Lundvall, the 2 seed at 20-5, coming in the junior to a bye. And now he'll have his first match coming up here in just a little bit.
Just the end of the second period there, and he's ahead 11-2, Lundvall.
Wow. Lundvall is on his way, no doubt about that. Hey, we're going to take a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to wrestling coverage from the Rollin Dyer Invite here in Atlantic. We're back in a minute. Welcome back to Atlantic in the Rollin Dyer Invite to Team Scores Atlantic and Grand Island. And it looks like they're going to battle it out here. And they're kind of separating themselves a little bit. We've got a lot to go yet, but Grand Island now with 83.5. The Atlantic second with 82.5. Sergeant Bluff Luton third, 67.5. Glenwood fourth with 53. I-35 the fifth with 45.5. Underwood sixth with 44.5. Carroll seventh with 43. Humboldt eighth with 41. Alta Aurelia 39. They're ninth. Greene County 10th with 28. Audubon 11th with 26.5. Omaha Scott Catholic 12th, 22.5. Central DeWitt 13th with 15 points. Red Oak 14th. Griswold, HSTW, and Dennis and Slesvig round out the 17-team field here at the Rollin Dyer Invitational. And I'll tell you quite a story about Rollin Dyer, and he was one of the pioneers of wrestling here in Southwest Iowa from 1954 to 1965. He was a teacher and coach at Creston and for 2 years at Glenwood before coming to Atlantic in 67. Hired as assistant principal and athletic director, Dyer began the Trojan Wrestling Program, Cody, in the fall of 1968. And the program found its footing almost immediately. And in 1972, had its first ever state qualifiers. The Trojans' first head coach, Lynn Barnes, and Robert Burrows was the first state champion. And Atlantic winning the 119-pound state title in 1981. He was inducted into the Atlantic Wrestling Hall of Fame right out of the gate. Robert Burrows. And he went on to be a very successful coach down in Missouri, did Robert, and he's now retired, but he had a great coach. Dyer is an inductee of the Iowa Athletic Directors Hall of Fame as well as the Simpson College Hall of Fame. It was in 2005 when the Trojan Wrestling Tournament was renamed in his honor. We'll have another report coming up in around about 20 minutes. It's 12:31. And we'll be back with a report here at about 10 till the hour right here on KS 95.7 FM. We're live streaming on WesternIowaToday.com TV and YouTube. Welcome back to Atlantic. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver. We're broadcasting live from the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournaments. And right now we have the big guy. One match going on right now, Cody Weaver. Looks like we're going to go into a break here, but we're going to pick it up at 175 pounds. And we got the semifinals almost all set here now.
Yeah, 175, your one seed Nelson of Underwood won by fall in 115 over Nelson of I-35. So Nelson of Underwood advances to the semis, and he'll take on Clucky of Carroll, who had a 10-8 decision over Medina of Denison. And on that bottom side, it is Peterson of Grand Island, who had a fall in 305 over Reeves of Alta Aurelia. Peterson will take on Niall Lundville, the 2 seed, who won by tech fall over Halverson of Humboldt. And on that backside, at 175, there was just one match, and it was Ellington of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who won by fall in 341 over Connor of Central DeWitt, and who won in 45 seconds over Snethan of Central DeWitt. And on that backside, it was Taylor of Glenwood with a fall in 306 over Henkel of Audubon. And the only other match back on the backside there at 215 is Fingo of Humboldt, who won by fall in 131 over Esteves of Denison.
Well, let's take a look at 285. I want to go back to Traven Thomas, though, at 215. Cody, that does not surprise me at all. This guy's been overachieving since day one here in 2025 and 2026. He's just amazing at 215.
He just keeps going and doesn't get too high or too low, and just wrestles his match and just doesn't give up. Yeah. There's not a lot of emotion out of the kid, but he just continues to work forward.
You know, and he had an injury there after the Eddyville-Blakesburg matchup, but he bounced right back and wrestled here this past week, Thursday at Denison, then and today, and he's on the winning side. 285, Glenwood has another number 1 seed, and Drake Boothie at 25-1 coming in, and he had a fall over Emmanuel Marshall of Grand Island, Nebraska at 149. He pinned Cooper Woolsey of Atlantic in 112. Woolsey had pinned Wilson Alpet of Alta Aurelia in 33 seconds, and Cooper pinned by Boothie, the number 1 seed. He'll take on Scheffler from AHSTW. Roman Scheffler won by an 8-3 decision over Todd Schmidt, unattached. And then Scheffler beat Caleb Crandall of Central DeWitt by a fall in 34 seconds. On the bottom side, it's going to be Holt of Carroll High in the semifinals. So Holt had a bye, and then he defeated Oliver Dykes of Red Oak by a pin in 132. Waiting to see who he'll wrestle. It's going to be...
it's a crazy matchup there on the bottom. Your 2 seed Iolia was upended by Owen Miller of Atlantic in the first round, and Miller took on Meyer of Audubon. That match went into overtime, and Meyer won that by a 5-2 decision. So on that bottom side, it is Meyer of Audubon, and he's going to take on Holt of Carroll. They're at 285, and on the backside, there was just one match, and that was Applet of Alta Aurelia taking on Marshall of Grand Island. That match came into overtime, and again, Applet of Alta Aurelia won that 2-0.
All right, well, that'll get us caught up. Team scores coming up next. We're back in a minute.
West High.
Tomorrow, highs level off around 35. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Monday, with daytime highs approaching 48. 55 Tuesday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. I'm meteorologist Paul Schrombly, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's Weather Source. Right now, it's 34 degrees.
Hey, good afternoon. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver with another report from the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament here in Atlantic. We're getting set for the semifinals here, Cody. It's a backside of matches. Looks like the finals will probably get started between 3 and 3:30 this afternoon, possibly. But, well, let's take a look at some of these matchups. We'll start off at 106 and talk about the semifinal matchups here.
At 106, it's going to be kind of the way they were seeded. It'd be Jacobs of Greene County taking on Peterson of Grand Island. So that's your 1 and 4 seed on the top side. And on the bottom, it's Cochran of Glenwood, freshman there, your 3 seed. And he's going to be taking on Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
At 113, Leighton Elmquist, who's the number 1 seed, won by a fall and a tech fall to get to the semifinals. He'll take on Quinn Lane from Glenwood. Lane won by 13-11 decision over Austin Gase of Grand Island, and that'll be on the top side. On the bottom side, Eli Reeb of Altarelia had a quick pin of 55 seconds in his first round match, and then in the he'll be in the semifinals after defeating Nick Bell by 35 and 4:47. And then the bottom side, Josh Gray, the 2 seed from Sergeant Bluff Luton, won by a fall, and then won by a tech fall over Hunter Kinsey. And so he is in the semifinals against Reeves. So it's a 1 and a 2 still intact there at 13.
At 26, I'll let you go through 20 here in a minute. But at 26, it is your 1 seed Page of Alta Aurelia. And he'll be taking on Colin Harris, who is the 4 seed of Atlantic here in the semifinals at 126. And on the bottom side, Jace Curry, Sergeant Bluff Luton, is your 2 seed. But the 6 seed Leak of Glenwood upended Edfords of Central DeWitt. So on the bottom side there, at 126, it's going to be Curry taking on Leak of Glenwood there.
Yeah, we'll back up to 120. Rudy Rodriguez of Grand Island, Nebraska, ranked number 2 out in Nebraska to 120. He's the semifinals with a pin over Aiden Laura of Denison Sleswig. He'll take on Brody Black of Glenwood. Black with a pin over Lane Johnson. Then he also defeated Ramsey Fergan of Sergeant Bluff Luton to get into the semifinals. Black from Glenwood. And then the bottom side is going to be Keaton Schrader of Atlantic. He had a pin at 129. Then he defeated Leighton Langschwager of Altarelia. And he'll take on Jacobs, the 2 seed, Jaron Jacobs of Greene County. He had a 7-1 decision over Carson Tedrow of Carroll High. So Jacobs in the semifinals as well on that bottom side.
132, it is Draves of Grand Island on the top side, taking on your 4 seed Reinhardt of Humboldt. And the bottom is going to be Haas of Atlantic, your 3 seed, taking on 2 seed Fletcher of Underwood. Those two were in the same bracket at the Council Bluffs Classic, but I believe Fletcher had medical forfeited out, so they never actually met. So kind of be a first matchup for these guys as far as I know.
Yeah, 138, Braden Sheffers of I-35 had a bye that attack fall over Hudson Turwey of Sergeant Bluff Luton. Sheffers, the number 1 seed in the semifinals. He'll wrestle Klimek of Grand Island. Hayden Klimek had a fall in 4:11 to get to the semifinals. On the bottom side of this bracket, it is Crew Carlson. Crew from Scott Catholic, won by a tech fall. And then he defeated Landon Hagan of Atlantic in the quarterfinals by a 14-5 decision. Major decision there. And he'll take on 2 seed John Rasmussen from Audubon. The Wheeler, 18-4 coming in, had a tech fall. And then a 10-1 major decision over Johnny Hayden from Humboldt. So Rasmussen of Audubon, the 2 seed, is in the semifinals there at 138 pounds. Coming in here, Sheffers, by the way, from I-35. He is ranked number 2 in 1A. Cody, coming in here.
At 144, just as it's seated, Pedersen of Grand Island taking on Bloom of Underwood, your 1 and 4. And on the bottom, it's 2 versus 3. Gellner of I-35 taking on Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
150, Ben Wallace of Sergeant Bluff Luton. He is number 1 seed. He's in the semifinals against Rowetter from Carroll. Rowetter of Carroll on the top side. And Hayes, Calvin Hayes of Atlantic with a couple of pins. He's in the semifinals. He'll take on Jackson Kirchhoff of Humboldt in the semifinals at 150 on the bottom side.
At 157, Miller of Greene County coming in as your 1 seed, taking on Fusiti of I-35. And on the bottom, it is Harder, your 3 seed, going to take on Kudum of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
165, Tyler Harrell of Scott in the semis. He'll wrestle Draven Smith of Atlantic. Smith with a pin and a decision. And on the bottom side, it's going to be Larson wrestling Harder. Noah Larson from Altarillia. And Caden Harder from Grand Island. They'll wrestle the semifinals at 165 on the bottom side.
175, it's Nelson of Underwood. Going to take on Clucky of Carroll, your 1 and 5 seed. So Clucky upended Medina of Denison by a 10-8 decision. And on the bottom side, your 2 seed Niall Lundville advanced into the semis with a tech fall, and he will take on Peterson at Grand Island.
The 190, Brody Hendricks of Humboldt. He'll wrestle Colton Johnson, Underwood of the semifinals. The bottom side, it's going to be Kieran and Polke from Carroll wrestling Donovan Hendrickson of Atlantic in the semifinals at 190 pounds on the bottom side.
215, 1 seed Mason Kohler. He's going to take on 5 seed Traven Thomas, who Thomas upended Dather of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a 4-3 decision. So on the top side, it's Kohler versus Thomas, and on the bottom side, it's Polking of Carroll, your 3 seed, going to take on your 2 seed Boley of Grand Island.
And at 285, Drake Boothby, the number 1 seed from Glenwood, only 1 loss coming in. He'll wrestle Scheffler from HSTW, Roman Scheffler. On the top side, the bottom side, it's going to be Gavin Holt of Carroll High. And Meyer. That was an interesting bracket. Lane Meyer of Audubon defeated Owen Miller of Atlantic, who was unattached, wrestling the 2 seed Ayala. Miller beat Ayala. And then Lane came back to beat Miller. So Lane Myers in the semifinals. He'll take on Holt. Scheffler will take on Boothby on the top side at 285. Go ahead, Cody.
Nope. We'll take a timeout, and we'll come back with the team scores.
You got it. Here we go.
Trust the company that keeps your
Getting set to get rolling again. Had a 30-minute break here. Had some quick rounds here early on. Semifinals coming up. Cody, let's take a look at the team standings right now. And we could see some changes, I think, down the road here. But it's been Atlantic and Grand Island, Nebraska. Glenwood now in the conversation, 3rd place.
Yeah, Atlantic at 94.5, Grand Island at 90.5, and Glenwood sneaking up with 75.5. Sergeant Bluff Luton in 4th at 71.5. Carroll right there at 71. Underwood at 6th, 51.5. Humboldt 51. Interstate 35, 45.5. Number 9, Alto Aurelia at 40. And 10th is Audubon coming in at 31.5.
Well, that's the top 10 right now out of 17 teams here at this tournament. Over 40 wrestlers were ranked. I don't know if they're all wrestling here today, but they had the possibility of wrestling. It's a great tournament, and we're getting set for the semifinals. Our next report coming up at 1:50 this afternoon right here on KS 95.7 FM. We're live streaming, and we'll have the finals coming up on our live video stream at westerniowatoday.com TV and YouTube with live play-by-play of the finals coming up here probably around 3:30 this afternoon. We get through these rounds. So for Cody Weaver, I'm Tom Robinson. So long for now. We're back at 10 till 2 o'clock with another report.
tonight. Clear skies. Daytime highs approaching 35 tomorrow. Ample sunshine expected. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times Monday, with daytime highs approaching 48. 55 Tuesday. Taking a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's weather source. Right now, it's 34 degrees.
Hey, good afternoon. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver, bringing you coverage of the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament here in Atlantic. And the semifinals will be coming up next. Right now, we're the backside of the matches, Cody, and we'll pick it up at 106 pounds.
Yeah, 106 on the backside there. It's going to be Jules Guard of Audubon took on Jones. Jules Guard won by major decision. Jules Guard now will take on Gates of Grand Island. The next bracket there on the top side, I guess Gates, I should say, won that by fall in 105. So your consolation semifinals will be Jules Guard of Audubon and Gates of Grand Island. And on the bottom side, it's going to be Van Horn of Atlantic, who won by fall in 443 over Garcia of Altarelia. He will take on Riker Anderson of I-35, who had a 14-6 major decision.
Let's take a look at 113 pounds on the backside. It was Boothie of Sergeant Bluff Luton winning by a 6-0 decision over Nick Bell. And so it's going to be Boothie wrestling Zarate from Red Oak. Zarate beat Kinsey of Atlantic. Hunter Kinsey by a fall in 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Then you get to the bottom side of this bracket at 113 pounds. It's Gates. He is getting advanced for Grand Island. He pinned Rodenberg of Underwood in 30 seconds. Then he'll wrestle Langling from Carroll High. Langling won by a fall in 240 over Ireland from Humboldt, 113 pounds.
At 126 pounds, it was Kramer of Humboldt taking on Ryerson of Carroll. Humboldt won that by fall in 540. So Kramer will take on Woodend of Red Oak. Woodend of Red Oak won by medical forfeit over Edfords of Central DeWitt. So top side there, consolation semifinals is Kramer of Humboldt versus Woodend of Red Oak. And the bottom side matches there at 126 are currently going on. It's Elmquist of Audubon taking on Rosario of Denison, and Kubler of Grand Island taking on Tedrow of Carroll.
Let's take a look at 120 pounds here now on the backside of matches. And Tedrow of Carroll High wrestling Austin. And Tedrow wins by tech fall. Then he'll wrestle Langswag of Altarelia, who pinned Johnston of Central DeWitt. Stearns of HSTW lost to Ferguson of Sergeant Bluff Luton in 43 seconds. And waiting for Otten of Audubon and Lara of Denison Sleswig. I think they're wrestling on the backside right now. I believe over there on the we'll see. I don't think that's the mat. We'll take a look here. But we're going to get caught up at this point through 126 pounds here on the backside matches. We're going to take a look at the team scores coming up next. We're back in a minute.
Your business is your
Atlantic, and we're in the backside matches, the backside quarterfinals, I think, so to speak here. And Cody, now it comes down, and we look at the team scores, which you're going to produce for us here in a moment, but it comes down to a lot of bonus points, and these backside matches are just as important as the front side at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, every the amount of people that you have scoring for your team, plus as high as they can finish, and major decision or a tech fall or a fall, or obviously you get 4, 5, or 6 points versus 3. Those all add up. So, I mean, right now, when you look at the team scores, Atlantic was at 94.5. They're at 98.5 now. Grand Island's 94.5. Glenwood was around 75. They're creeping their way up to 79. Carroll 78.5. Sergeant Bluff Luton 75.5. Humboldt 55. Interstate 35 52.5. Underwood 51.5. Alta Aurelia 44, and Audubon still in 10th there at 39.5.
That'll do it. 17 teams in this tournament, and we are in the backside of matches right now. We've got some great matchups coming up in the semifinals. A lot of ranked wrestlers and a handful of number 1 ranked wrestlers. Will it be out of Nebraska, whether it be in 1A in Iowa or 2A in Iowa? We're going to see a lot of good matchups, Cody.
Yeah, and we did get a final there on 126. So the consolation semifinals are Kramer of Humboldt and Woodard of Red Oak. And then on that bottom side, we were kind of waiting. Elmquist won that match by fall in 129. So Elmquist of Audubon will take on Kubler of Grand Island, who won his match by major decision 11-1.
Very good. Next report coming your way at 2:20 this afternoon. For Cody Weaver, I'm Tom Robinson reporting from the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament in Atlantic. So long for now.
Forecast from Southwest Iowa's Weather Source. Right now, 32.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Wildcard weekend opening up today with a pair of games in the NFC. First of the day, Rams and Panthers in Carolina, Bears and Packers to follow tonight. Carolina planning on picking up quarterback Bryce Young's fifth-year option. Young throwing for a career-high 3,000 yards and 23 touchdowns, leading the team to the postseason. He's set to join the 8 previous QBs taken first overall since 2011 to have their fifth-year options exercised. The Packers and the Bears, Green Bay head coach Matt LaFleur and the team expected to work on a contract extension after the season. The Falcons are hiring their former MVP QB Matt Ryan as the team's new president of football. Will oversee all aspects of the Falcons football operation, with both general manager and head coach hires set to report to him. ESPN Radio's Aaron Goldhammer thinks it's a potential tricky situation.
It's always dangerous to hire a franchise legend in a job like this because they're really hard to fire.
Yeah.
And so it sounds great. It's going to win a lot of fans over in Atlanta to have Matt Ryan involved in the Falcons' future, former MVP. But I just think it sometimes sets up a tricky dynamic between that person and the owner. Look, I know it got really sloppy at the end with Denver and John Elway. And he won a Super Bowl there.
Hammer and Emmett with Goldhammer there. AP All-Pro teams announced this morning. Rams QB Matthew Stafford, the first-team All-Pro quarterback, beating out Drake May. Stafford receiving 31 first-place votes to May's 18, earning All-Pro honors for the first time. He becomes the second player to make his first All-Pro team in year 17 or later, joining kicker Gary Anderson, Rams receiver Puka Nacua, and Browns defensive end Myles Garrett among the unanimous choices.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
And good afternoon. Tom Robbins alongside Cody Weaver, broadcasting live from the 2026 Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament. We're in the backside matches. Then we'll have backside semifinals and frontside semifinals, and then the finals coming up here a little bit later on this afternoon. We're going to bring you the results of the backside of matches starting at 1:38 all the way up to where we are right now. But first, we'll take this 1-minute timeout.
Pros, our mission is to be your business partner every day of every season.
Pioneer Hybrid International was founded in Iowa back in 1926 and is still American today. Not many other seed providers can make that claim.
We partner with you to continually push the limits by combining elite seed genetics, local infield knowledge, along with customer service second to none.
We are with you from the word go. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinkla, Nick Knudsen, or John Becker to partner with a team that puts your business needs first.
If authentic Mexican food is what you're craving, then come on into Rancho Grande in Atlantic. We're more than just tacos and margaritas, but we do make the best of both. We have appetizers, beef, chicken, seafood dishes, and desserts. Mixed drinks, wine, imported and domestic beers are on the menu too. Dine in or relax on the patio with family, friends, date night, or a quick stop before or after the game. Open 7 days a week. You'll be able to fill in your cravings of authentic Mexican food at Rancho Grande in Atlantic.
Well, let's pick it up. Cody at 138 pounds of the backside matches here.
Yeah, at 138 on the backside, it was Hayden of Humboldt who had fallen 246. He advances, and he will take on Landon Hagen. Landon Hagen had a fall in 315. over Hanson of Atlantic. On the bottom side there at 138 is Christensen of Glenwood with a tech fall over Kincaid to Carroll, and Christensen will take on Turwey of Sergeant Bluff Luton, who had a fall in 230 over Van Scoy of Red Oak.
144, Van Oort of Alta Aurelia Penn, Halbrick from Audubon in 128. He'll wrestle Strange from Scott Catholic. Strange beat McGowan of Carroll by a 10-7 decision. Carter Hadley wrestling Grave from Denison Sleswig. Grave with an 18-8 major decision over Hadley. Grave actually pinned Hadley just over a minute when they wrestled last Thursday. And then Weir of Glenwood and Vincent from Humboldt squared off, and Vincent shut out Weir by a 10-0 major decision at 144 pounds on the backside.
At 150 is River Allen of Underwood with a fall in 5'10 over Erpelanding. And he will take on Hutton of I-35, who won by fall in 149 over Buthe of Glenwood. On the bottom side, it is Hanson of Central DeWitt, who won by medical forfeit of Gooseman of Red Oak. And he will take on Schumacher of Grand Island, who won by fall in 259 over Hernandez of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Let's take a look at 157 pounds on the backside. Weber of Carroll and Downs of Humboldt. They're ready to square off here. And then we do have a result on the bottom side. Jarvis of Alta Aurelia pinned Amos from Griswold in 102. Jarvis will wrestle in the semifinals. Jarvis, by the way, will wrestle Jorgensen coming up here in just a little bit on that backside of match at 157 pounds.
At 165, it is Durick of Underwood, who had a 10-3 decision over Veal of Central DeWitt, and he will take on Maxwell of I-35, who won by fall in 41 seconds over Ferdine of Humboldt. On the bottom side, it was Chapman of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a fall in 5:02 over Venner of Carroll, and he will take on Maurer of Glenwood, who won by fall in 1:20 over Kiesel of AHSTW.
Yeah, 175. Halverson of Humboldt will wrestle Ellington of Sergeant Bluff Luton. Ellington beat Connor of Central DeWitt by fall in 3:41. Reeves of Alta Aurelia will wrestle Purdue, who drew a bye. And then on the bottom side, Callan Cleaver of Atlantic drew a bye. He'll take on Medina from Denison Sleswig. And by the way, Medina won that by a fall in 55 seconds. So now Casper Bar of Audubon and Nelson of I-35. I don't know if you have any result of that or not, Cody.
Yeah, there's some matches still going on. It's kind of about right where we are here. Let me take a quick look.
Looking down at
here. And
I don't see Medina or Nelson just yet, unless it's on the far side, but those two will wrestle at 175 pounds.
Yeah, Medina won by fall over Cleaver.
Right.
And then the two matches going, Reeves is taking on Purdue, and Reeves of Alta Aurelia has a 9-2 lead in that. And Halverson taking on Ellington, and that is Ellington of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a 5-4 lead over Tate Halverson of Humboldt.
All right, very good. Well, we're going to take a 30-second timeout. We'll catch up on the team scores. We're back right after this.
No one has time for a breakdown, so here's the key.
Again, Cody Weaver, Grand Island, Nebraska, and Atlantic, they just keep leapfrogging each other. Grand Island at 105.5, Atlantic 102.5, and then Sergeant Bluff Luton with 92.5 in third place. Glenwood fourth with 83, and Carroll fifth with 80.5. So those five right there. But Grand Island, Atlantic, and Sergeant Bluff Luton, you got to throw Glenwood in there. It's going to be interesting down the stretch here to see who captures the title here at this prestigious tournament.
Yeah, Glenwood has quite a few in the final or semifinals. All teams do, so it's really going to come down to head-to-head matchups, and where they can score the bonus points.
That'll do it for this update. We'll be back with another report here in about 20 minutes, about 10 minutes till 3 o'clock. Probably the finals will be at around 3:30, but we'll keep you updated right here on KS95 and our live video stream, westerniowatoday.com, TV, and YouTube. We're back right after this 20-minute studio break. Good afternoon. Tom Robinson alongside Cody Weaver with this update from the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Invitational here in Atlantic. We're in the semifinals right now. We just got underway at 106 and 113 on the mat right now. And we're going to get you updated on those results as well. And then we'll have another round of the consolation side, the consolation semifinals, and then the finals coming up here. Probably around 4 o'clock is when we'll get started with the finals here in Atlantic. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout, and then we're going to get you caught up on some of these semifinal matches right here on KS 95.7 FM and our live video stream at westerniowatoday.com. Wrestling tournament. Tom Robinson with Cody Weaver. And Cody, we just got started with the semifinals on the front side. Let's talk about 106 then.
Yeah, 106, your number 1 seed, Jacobs of Greene County. He had a tech fall in 5:37 over Peterson of Grand Island to advance into the finals. And on the bottom side, your 2 seed Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton had a 10-3 decision over Cochran at Glenwood. So your finals is going to be Jacobs of Greene County and Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton. And on those backside matches, they're pretty well set up now. So it's going to be Peterson of Grand Island taking on Gates of Grand Island. And then it'll be on the bottom side, it's going to be Van Horn of Atlantic taking on Cochran at Glenwood. So those the winners of those will wrestle for 3rd. Losers will wrestle for 5th.
113 pounds. It was Lane of Glenwood. Quinn Lane of Glenwood drew a bye, and then he won by a decision over Austin Gates of Grand Island. And now he faced the number 1 seed Leighton Elmquist of Audubon at 113, and it was Lane who came out the winner. He's going to be in the finals. Quinn Lane decision to Elmquist by an 8-2 decision there at 113 pounds. Now, Reeb and Gray, we're looking for those two there on the bottom side of that bracket, Cody Weaver. In the semifinals, Reeb is from Alta Aurelia, and Gray is from Sergeant Bluff Luton there at 113 pounds. We look at the backside of matches here, and Elmquist will take on Zarate of Red Oak. Zarate beat Boothie of Sergeant Bluff Luton, and that's going to be in a semifinal on the backside. And the 7th place match is set with Boothie and Langling from Carroll High, and Gates beat Langley there on the backside by tech fall. So that's what we have on the backside there at 113 pounds.
Yeah, on that front side, it is Josh Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a 9-3 decision over Eli Reeb of Alta Aurelia. So he'll advance on to that finals.
Very good. And now we take a look at the 120-pound semifinals. We've got a good match going on, and that's Schrader, 126 now.
Schrader had a decision over
Jacobs of Greene County. And he was a 2 seed coming in. So Jacobs is defeated by Schrader of Atlantic. So Schrader's in the finals there. He'll take on either Rodriguez or Black. Now at 126, Colin Harris comes out for Atlantic at 126 pounds in the semifinals here. And
about 30 seconds down in that period, and right now that's scoreless. He's wrestling
Page from Alta Aurelia.
Yeah, Alta Aurelia. They both come to the center here, and there's a little bit of blood time there.
Yeah, Page is the number 1 seed coming in. This one here on the bottom side is Like from Glenwood, the freshman, and Curry from Sergeant Bluff Luton. And 120 to go there in that first period. That's a big match right there. A shot taken by Page with 113 to go, and looks like Colin's going to scramble out of it here. Now Page coming back around, and he's got Colin trying to scoot out of bounds, and he's going to be able to scramble out of that, Cody Weaver. Maybe. There's the half, and there's the 3.
Yeah, Page
gets the 3.
Take him down here, and Colin does a nice job of bellying out there and avoiding any back points.
So there's 50 seconds left to go in that one. We're going to take another timeout, and we'll get you caught up through 120 before we break away from this report. We're back right after this.
Find the latest apparel and promotional products in the newest colors and designs. Head to Outfitters and work with the design pros to make your customized tees, team apparel, and personalized swag for your business a reality. Whether it's fan apparel for your high school or youth sports team, your business, or you just want to make something your own, you'll have everyone saying, "Where did you get that?" Outfitters will also add your group store online to make ordering a breeze. Get personalized at Outfitters Plus Outlet Store in Atlantic. Stop in today.
Looking for the place to party in Atlantic? It's the Super Bowl, your party headquarters for birthdays, family outings, date nights, and more. Feeling competitive? Challenge your crew to a few games and see who's king of the lanes. Don't miss Glow Bowling every Friday and Saturday night. Lights, music, and nonstop fun. Ready to roll? Call Dan at 243-4656 to book your lanes today. The Super Bowl in Atlantic, where good times roll.
Welcome back to Atlantic to the Rollin Dyer Invitational, and we're watching 120-pound semifinals, 126-pound semifinals. Colin Harris of Atlantic wrestling Jackson Page of Ultra Aurelia. Page leading 3-0 as they start the second period. Harris will take down as the whistle blows there. Schrader already in for Atlantic in the finals at 120 pounds for the Trojans. Elsewhere at 126 going on right now is Like of Glenwood and Curry from Sergeant Bluff Luton.
And Like's got a 4-1 lead over Sergeant Bluff Luton Curry.
Yeah, and Curry comes in at number 2 seed. Page the number 1 seed for Ultra Aurelia, leads Colin Harris 3-0 there with 126 to go in that second period. But when you look at these semifinals, boy, we've got some really good matchups. You just go to 32. You've got, 3 ranked wrestlers, Cody, out of the 4 in that semifinal. Page now has Colin Harris on his backside with 107 yet to go.
You got him in a cross-face cradle, it looks like, or near-side cradle. It looks like Harris's shoulder, though, is on the leg of Page, keeping him off. Page readjusts here. Harris bellies back out. 4 near fall awarded, 7-0 right now. Page of Alta Aurelia, 45 seconds to go in the second period.
We look at 138, Scheffers from I-35 ranked second. He'll wrestle Klemick. And Klemick is from Grand Island, Nebraska, ranked 9th out there. I mean, there's just a ton of ranked wrestlers here as we'll close out this report. And Page leading 7-0 over Colin Harris. We'll have those results, a lot more results of semifinals coming up. Cody, go ahead.
Yeah, that bottom one, it was a major decision by Like of Glenwood over Curry, 4-1 at 126 pounds. So Like, a freshman, undefeated, I think, from Glenwood, advances to the finals here.
And what we understand, and he's probably a freshman to watch, and he won several AAU titles. I was at the AAU tournament a year ago. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, you win that, you
got
get a bright future.
All classes together. We're in high school, they're separated. So
I couldn't believe it. High school wrestling as a entirety is live and well in the state of Iowa, I'll tell you that. Hey, good meet going on here, and we're in the semifinals. We'll have another report coming up at 20 after 3 o'clock. Looks like the finals will start around the 4 o'clock area, maybe a little bit after, and we'll have live coverage of those coming up here on KS 95.7 FM and our live video stream at westerniowatoday.com. That'll do it for this report. We'll have another one coming up at around 3:20.
tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's weather source. Right now, it's 32 degrees.
And good afternoon with another report from the Rollin Dyer wrestling tournament. We're just talking to Kip Harris right here. And good to see Kip here this afternoon as well. Former Atlantic coach back in the day with Joel Sims as well. And boy, I tell you what, Cody, we talked about the meet, how things have slowed down, but it's because of the competition, you said. And that's certainly the case.
These semifinal matches are going the wire, and they're close, and there's a lot of gas being, they're exhausted. A lot of the kids are. So
we're going to pick it up, and we're going to go back. Let's go back to 106 just to get a review now of who's going to be in the finals here. Coming up here in just a little bit later on this afternoon. And go ahead, Cody, at 6.
Yeah, your number 1 seed, Jacobs, beat Peterson of Grand Island by Tech Fall. So it's Jacobs of Greene County, and he's going to take on Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton. And he had a 10-3 decision over a tough freshman from Glenwood, Cochran. On the backside here, as we get to the backside, to see if they wrestle for third place on the semifinals on the backside is going to be Van Horn of Atlantic taking on Cochran on the bottom side, and the top side is Peterson of Grand Island taking on Gates of Grand Island. So Gates is a kid that was ranked, and his class had 113, but is wrestling 106 today. So it'll be Grand Island against Grand Island, and the backside, Van Horn of Atlantic against Cochran at Glenwood, and then again in the finals is Jacobs of Greene County and Sergeant Bluff Luton Walsh.
At 113, it's going to be Quinn Lane of Glenwood to make it to the finals with an 8-2 decision over number 1 seed Leighton Helmquist. So Lane will take on Gray from Sergeant Bluff Luton. Josh Gray came in at 27-5, and he won by a fall. Then he won by Tech Fall in a 9-3 decision over Eli Reeb of Alta Aurelia. So those two will be in the finals there. On the backside, looks like we still got some work to do there at 113, Cody. And we got Elmquist taking on Zeradia from Red Oak. And looks like Gates
take a look here
and Reeb will match up. Maybe you've got an update on that 13. I'll go to 20 there.
Yeah, at 13 on the backside, it's going to be Elmquist of Audubon taking on Zeradia Red Oak to see who wrestles for 3rd or 5th. For 7th and 8th, it's going to be Buthy of Sergeant Bluff Luton taking on Lelling of Carroll. And on the bottom side, this wrestle for 3rd or 5th is going to be Gates of Grand Island and Reeb of Alta Aurelia.
And Calvin Hayes with a win in the semifinals for Atlantic. We'll get to him in a moment. At 120, Rodriguez is in the finals, number 1 seed from Grand Island with a major decision over Brody Black of Glenwood, 10-2. Schrader of Atlantic, he came from, 3rd seed there? And Keaton upended the number 1 seed, Jaron Jacobs of Greene County by a 14-2 major decision. So Schrader in the finals for the Trojans at 120 pounds.
At 126, it's going to be Page of Alta Aurelia, who had a decision over Colin Harris, 8-4. Really kind of a tighter match than what the score shows. And it's going to be a freshman from Glenwood, Leak, who I believe is undefeated, had a 4-1 decision over 2 seed Jake Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton. So in the finals, it's Page of Alta Aurelia taking on Leak of Glenwood, and that backside at 26, it's going to be Colin Harris taking on Kramer of Humboldt to see who wrestles for 3rd and for 5th. And it'll be Kubler of Grand Island taking on Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton. And then for 7th and 8th, wrestling is going to be Elmquist of Audubon and Woodend of Red Oak.
At 132, this is loaded. Draves, the 3rd ranked from Nebraska, their Grand Island, number 1 seed. He won by a pin in 142 over Carson Reinhardt of Humboldt. He's going to take on Braxton Haas, who is ranked 8th in 2A. He matched up against Ryan Fletcher of Underwood, ranked 5th in Class 1A. Fletcher got the early lead, and then Haas able to come back, Cody Weaver, and take us through that. Haas with a 5-4 decision. He's in the finals. He picked up his 147th win, I believe, in his career. He had 145 coming in. There's 146, 147. He could get 148 before it's over.
Yeah, he just continued to work. Had plenty of gas in the tank, air, and it looked like Fletcher was a little bit gassed there, and Fletcher came out, with the takedown early, and it was Haas kind of from there on that just kept himself in good position, and in the end got a takedown there for the win to win there by 1.
Reinhardt of Humboldt will take on winners of Greene County, the backside in that consolation semifinals. Winner will wrestle for 3rd, and the loser will wrestle for 5th place. And then on the bottom side, Grell of Central DeWitt will take on Fletcher from Underwood. And again, the winner will wrestle for 3rd, and the one that falls short will wrestle for 5th on the backside at 132 pounds.
At 138, it was Sheffers taking on Klimek, Sheffers of I-35, and he had a tech fall in 455 on that top side. The bottom side, it was your 6th seed, Carlson of Omaha Skutt, with a fall in 339 over Rasmussen of Audubon. So it's Sheffers of I-35 and Carlson of Skutt in the finals here at 138. And on that backside, it's going to be Landon Hagen taking on Klimek of Grand Island. And on the bottom, it'll be Christensen of Glenwood taking on Rasmussen of Audubon. And then wrestling for 7th place will be Hayden of Humboldt and Terwee of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
144, number 1 seed Gavin Peterson. Fall, tech fall, and a fall. He gets to the finals. He'll take on Howard, the 2 seed. Drake Howard from Sergeant Bluff Luton had a fall. He pinned his 3 opponents all the way to the finals. At least 2 opponents, all the way to the finals. And he'll take on Peterson. So it's number 1 seed Peterson, 2 seed Howard there on the 144-pound bracket. On the backside, Bloom of Underwood will wrestle Van Ort of Aurelia for a chance to wrestle for 3rd. And Vincent from Humboldt will wrestle Gellner from I-35 on the bottom side of that semifinal down there.
At 150 pounds, it was Walsh or Sergeant Bluff Luton winning by fall over Roeder of Carroll to advance to the finals, and it was your 3 seed Calvin Hayes with a major 12-3 decision over Kirkhoff, the 2 seed. So it's Hayes of Atlantic in the finals and Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton at 150 pounds. And your backside matches, it'll be Roeder of Carroll taking on Hutton of I-35. On the top side, and it's Kirkhoff of Humboldt taking on Schumacher of Grand Island, and then wrestling for 7th place will be Allen of Underwood and Hanson of Central DeWitt.
157. We do have a match going on right now. It is 2 seed Dax Cudum of Sergeant Bluff Luton had a bye, and then he tech falled Weber from Carroll. He's wrestling Jaden Harder from Atlantic. Harder won by a fall over Amos of Griswold, and then he pinned Braden Downs of Humboldt in 329. And now in the semifinals here is Cudum, who was up by the score 7-0 in that match over Harder. The top side, Pizzuti, an upset here with Nick Pizzuti of I-35, the number 4 seed. He upset Deegan Miller, the number 1 seed, by a fall in 227. Miller had a 59-second pin and a 258 pin, but Pizzuti comes back, and he's in the finals, and right now Cudum is in the lead 7-0 over Harder there. On the backside, semifinals, Miller will take on Downs. Miller from Greene County and Downs from Humboldt. And waiting to see here, Jarvis and Jorgensen, they have yet to go here in that backside.
Jarvis will take on the winner, the loser between Harder and Cudum.
Okay, there we go.
And wrestling for 7th will be Weber of Carroll and Jorgensen of Central DeWitt.
All right. Let's go to 165, Cody, and we don't have anything there yet. Unless you do, I think.
No, the match is
going on right now.
It's currently going on right now, and it's Larson of Alta Aurelia trailing Harder of Grand Island 10-0.
Yeah, we see that 25 seconds to go in the second period in that match. How about Harder of Atlantic coming back here? He was down 7-0, got an escape.
No points scored yet. there's a whizzer in. He needs to get his arm free here, step over, lock the leg in. And there's 3 awarded right there.
Oh, man.
Tom. So it's 7-4.
Trying to catch the period here.
It's end of the second period, so we've got one period left.
Kind of reminiscent of Braxton Haas. And I think, we saw it Tuesday night when Atlantic wrestled at Denison and Harlan. And the condition of Atlantic wrestlers is really obvious in some of these matches. Look what Haas did to come back and win that 32-pound semifinal. He's in the finals. And now Harder against Cudum. And he's down just 7-4 and riding right now as we start the third period. But Cudum able to get to his feet.
He's going to try to tilt him up here, and Kudum's doing a good job staying up on his feet, so Harder goes ahead and cuts him loose here. Both guys on their feet, 8-4 here, so Harder would have to get 2 takedowns here to get the win. Kudum in on a outside single, stands up with that, trips backwards. Harder stays up on his feet. Trips now, follows Harder down for a takedown, making it 11-4 as they go out of bounds with 1:20 to go here in the third period.
And credit Kuda, he came alive again as Jade made a nice effort there.
Several of their brothers, and they really don't have any choice with their dad, who's bigger than them in the corner. Yeah, I know that these two, it sounds like, met, in some freestyle stuff over the summer. So Harder and Kuda met in the freestyle stuff, or Greco, one of the two, and Harder got the advantage. So I'm sure Kudum wants to get back at that. So got some blood time here for Kudum, cleaning up a nose, it looks like. Again, it's 11-4. Kudum with that advantage. And we've got about 1:20 to go here. Harder will go back down in that bottom position when they come back to the center and try to get an escape. So blood time's cut. Harder goes down and gets set here in the bottom position. Harder set. Kudum covers left side here. Grabs the ankle right away. Harder sits out. Tries to come up to his feet, kind of post back here. Kudum hanging on that right-hand side, heavy. Got Harder going to squat back up here, sits out, pushes back into Kudum a little bit. Kudum sucks him back, but Harder comes back up to his feet, continues to try to sit out. Kudum just shadow wrestling, catches Harder on his back here, sucked him back, and then readjusted and got a half in. Settling in here, and there's about 48 seconds left to go here. It'll be a back points for near fall, at least for Kudum here, making it at 15-4. 35 seconds to go here. Kudum now readjusts a little bit and gets back behind the hips of Harder. The 3 awarded, 14-4. Kudum kind of riding on top here, deep waist on that left-hand side. Cross body ride with that right-hand side, chops the right arm. Harder back down to his elbow, knee, and shoulder on that right-hand side. Harder up to his feet here. Kudum releases him. Harder with a shot, and time's going to expire. So it'll be 14-5. Is going to be your final. Kudum will go ahead and go on. And Harder will go to the backside.
All right, so I think
High temperatures reach up to 36 this afternoon under partly cloudy skies, northwesterly winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Lows level off around 17 tonight, clear skies. Sunny skies tomorrow, highs level off around 35. Much warmer Monday and Tuesday with highs from the upper 40s to the mid 50s. Take a look at the extended forecast, 37 Wednesday, 40 Thursday, and 38 on Friday. Once again, a high of 36 today. We should dip down to around 17 tonight, high of 35 tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's weather source. Currently, it's 30 degrees.
And welcome back to Atlantic, the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling and Tournaments. We're starting to get the pecking order in place here, Cody, for the finals coming up here shortly. We're in the big guys wrestling right now, and we're getting the backside of matches. The semifinals on the consolation side is who's going to wrestle for third and who's going to shoot for fifth place. The seventh and eighth place finishes are already set to go. We're going to pick it up at 157 pounds here because we didn't finish that off earlier, but it was Harder and Kudum going at it. Harder made a nice run at it there late in the match, but it was all said and done. It was
Kudum, yeah. On the top side there, the 4 seed, Pusetti of I-35 upended Miller of Greene County by fall. And on the bottom, it was Kudum with a 14-5 major decision over Harder to advance into that finals there at 157. Nope. At 165 pounds, it was Harrell of Scott, Omaha Scott. And he took on Draven Smith of Atlantic and had a tech fall on Draven Smith in 1:30. On the bottom side there at 165, it was Larson of Alta Aurelia taking on Harder of Grand Island. And Harder of Grand Island won that by a fall in 3:37. At 175 pounds, it was Nelson of Underwood, your number 1 seed, with a tech fall over Clucky of Carroll in 3:37. And on the bottom side, it was Niall Lundville with a 17-4 major decision. So it's going to be a Glenwood-Underwood 175-pound final match. At 190 pounds, it was Hendricks of Humboldt winning by fall in 108 over Johnson of Underwood. And Hendricks will be taking on Polking of Carroll. Polking of Carroll coming in a 3 seed, winning that match by a takedown in overtime over Donovan Hedrickton. So final score there 4-1. So Polking of Carroll taking on Hendricks of Humboldt at 190 pounds. At 215 pounds, it was Mason Kohler with a fall in 1 minute 18 seconds over Traven Thomas of Atlantic. And we have Polking of Carroll wrestling Bowl of Grand Island on the bottom side. That's a 4-1 score. As we jump up to 285, see if we have any results there. And those results are completed. So Beuthia Glenwood with a fall in 113 over Scheffler of AHST. And he will take on Holt of Carroll, who was the 3 seed, who had a fall in 127 over Meyer of Audubon. So it's going to be Glenwood and Carroll at 285 pounds. At 106 pounds on that backside brackets. Those backside brackets, it was Pedersen of Grand Island with a tech fall over Gates of Grand Island. So Pedersen will take on Cochran. Cochran of Glenwood had a major decision over Van Horn of Atlantic 10-0. So wrestling for third will be Peterson of Grand Island taking on Cochran of Glenwood. Fifth will be Van Horn of Atlantic and Gates of Grand Island. And then 7th place match will be Anderson of I-35 taking on Jules Guard of Audubon. At 113 pounds, on the backside brackets, if we look at the finals, just to refresh there, it's Quinn Elm of Glenwood with an 8-2 decision over Elmquist of Audubon, and Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton with a 9-3 decision over Reeb of Alta Aurelia. So our backside matches are going to be Elmquist of Audubon, who had a fall in 58 seconds over Zarate of Red Oak. He will take on the winner of Gates and Reeb, Gates of Grand Island and Reeb of Alta Aurelia. Wrestling for 7th will be Buthe of Sergeant Bluff Luton and Lulling of Carroll at 126 pounds. On the backside match, it's going to be Colin Harris coming up here, taking on Kramer of Humboldt, and Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton taking on Kubler of Grand Island.
All right, well, we'll take a quick timeout and a break away and get set for the finals here. Our next report will be at around 4:20 here. We're back right after these on 95.7 FM on our live video stream, westerniowadaily.com. Finals here at the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament Atlantic with Donovan Hendrickson now out of 215. We're in the consolation semifinals right now as we find out who's going to wrestle for third, fifth, and for the championship coming up here in just a little bit. We'll have results and we'll set up the finals coming up during this report. We'll keep it live as we'll have the finals and the live coverage on our video. WesternIowaToday.com, live stream, TV, and YouTube coming up here as well. It's powered by Nish.net, and we'll have the live coverage of the finals on video and also on the radio. We're back in a couple of minutes right here on KS 95.7 FM.
Empty? That's impossible. I just filled it.
You didn't leave the valve.
Invites, and we've just got a couple of matches yet to go here before we get started with the finals. Cody Weaver, let's go back to 106 pounds and let's set this up here as far as who's going to be wrestling for what. And the finals should be getting underway here in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it will. Here. So at 106, it's going to be Jacobs of Greene County taking on Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton. Jacobs came in as that 1 seed and Walsh was the 2 seed. On the backside matches, it's going to be Cochran wrestling for third, taking on Peterson of Grand Island. Fifth is going to be Van Horn of Atlantic, taking on Gates of Grand Island. And for 7th place is going to be Riker Anderson, I-35, taking on Jules Guard of Audubon.
Yeah, with 213 pounds, the championship match will be between Quinn Lane of Glenwood and Gray, the number 2 seed, Josh Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton. They'll wrestle for the championship, and wrestling for third will be Elmquist of Audubon and Reeb of Alta Aurelia. Wrestling for fifth, there's Roddy from Red Oak and Gates of Grand Island, and Boothby of Sergeant Bluff Luton will take on Lingling from McCarroll for 7th place.
I'm going to jump to 26, and I'll let you cover 20 there. So Paige of Alta Aurelia in the finals, taking on Lake of Glenwood, your 6th seed, so come all the way into the finals there. And wrestling for on the backside, it's going to be Colin Harris taking on Curry of Sergeant Bluff Luton for third. 5th place match will be Elmquist of Audubon taking on Wooden of Red Oak. Keebler of Grand Island taking on Kramer of Humboldt. And 7th place will be Elmquist of Audubon taking on Wooden of Red Oak.
Yeah, 120. We're going to see the 1 seed going against the 3rd seed in this tournament, Rudy Rodriguez of Grand Island. He's going to wrestle Keaton Schrader of Atlantic for the championship. And then wrestling for third will be Brody Black of Glenwood and Jacobs from Greene County. For fifth place, Tedrow from Carroll and Fergan from Sergeant Bluff Luton. Wrestling for seventh, Lang Schwag from Alta Aurelia and Lara from Denison Sleswig.
At 132, it's Draves of Grand Island, and he's going to be taking on Haas of Atlantic. On the backside, wrestling for third place is going to be Fletcher of Underwood taking on Reinhardt of Humboldt. Your fifth place match will be Grell of Central DeWitt taking on Winters of Greene County. And seventh place will be Hanson of Audubon taking on Krotz of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Yeah, we get to 138 pounds, and Brayton Sheffers of I-35, the number one seed, has made it to the championship. And he will wrestle Carlson. Crew Carlson came from the middle there from Scott Catholic. Carlson upended John Rasmussen of Audubon in the semifinals, and Carlson will wrestling in the finals. That moves Rasmussen to the third place match, and he'll take on Klimek from Grand Island. Hagen of Atlantic will wrestle Christians from Glenwood for fifth, and Hayden from Humboldt will wrestle Turwey from Sergeant Bluff Luton for seventh place.
At 144, it's Peterson of Grand Island taking on Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton in the finals there. And on the backside, your third place match will be Bloom of Underwood taking on Vincent of Humboldt. Your fifth place match will be Gravy of Denison taking on Strange of Scott, and seventh will be Gellner of I-35 taking on Van Ort of Alta Aurelia.
Yeah, Ben Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton is number one seed at 150, and he made it to the finals. He'll wrestle Calvin Hayes of Atlantic, and Hayes came in as the third seed and 17-8. Hayes has had some injuries early in the season. He's getting back into that wrestling shape, and he had a fall, and a major decision to get to the finals here, and he'll take on Walsh as he upended Jackson Kirkhoff, the second seed, on his way to the finals here. Wrestling for third will be Hutton from I-35 and a Kirkhoff from Humboldt. Wrestling for fifth, Rowetter from Carroll and Schumacher from Grand Island. Wrestling for seventh, Allen from Underwood and Hanson from Central DeWitt.
157 championship match. Kudum of Sergeant Bluff Luton, your two seed, taking on Pusiti of I-35. Your third place match will be Miller of Greene County taking on Harder of Atlantic. Your fifth place match will be Jarvis of Alta Aurelia taking on Downs of Humboldt, and seventh place will be Weber of Carroll taking on Jorgensen of Central DeWitt.
Yeah, 165. Tyler Harrell of Scott Catholic, the number one seed, has made it to the finals, and he'll take on two seed Caden Harder of Grand Island for the championship. Wrestling for third will be Smith of Atlantic, and he'll wrestle Larson from Alta Aurelia. Raven Smith wrestling for third for Atlantic. And fifth place, Maxwell from I-35 will wrestle Maurer from Glenwood. During from Underwood will wrestle Chapman from Sergeant Bluff Luton for seventh place.
175, it's Nelson of Underwood. Your one seed taking on two seed Lunville of Glenwood. Your third place match is going to be Clucky of Carroll taking on Peterson at Grand Island. It's going to be Medina of Denison taking on Halverson of Humboldt for fifth. And your seventh place match is Casper Bauer of Audubon taking on Reeves of Alta Aurelia.
And the championship at 190 is going to be Hendricks from Humboldt, the number one seed. He's undefeated coming in. He was 26-0. He won by tech fall and a fall to get to the finals. And he'll wrestle Polking, Kieran Polking, the third seed from Carroll High. Polking defeated Hedrington, the two seed from Atlantic, by overtime. And so it's Polking and Hendricks, and Hedrington goes the backside. Not sure who he's got. Maybe you've got that, Cody.
Yeah, it was Johnson of Underwood defeated Bushman of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Yeah, so Bushman will wrestle Nelson for fifth, and Beharris of Alta Aurelia will wrestle Hutton for seventh place there at 200 or 190 pounds.
At 215, it'll be a rematch of the Council Bluffs semifinals, Council Bluff Classic semifinals. It's going to be Kohler of Glenwood taking on Bowl of Grand Island. Your third place match is going to be Polking of Carroll taking on, it looks like right now Traven Thomas is out there for Atlantic taking on Snaffam of Central DeWitt. That match is just in the second period, about 45 seconds to go. Your 7th place match will be Dilsher of Alta Aurelia and Taylor of Underwood.
Right, and then we get to 285, and it's going to be Drake Boothie, 26-1 coming in. He had a fall. He had 3 pins all the way to the finals. He'll wrestle Holt, Gavin Holt, the 3rd seed from Carroll High. Holt had a bye, then he had a pin over Dykes of Red Oak, and then he had a pin over Meyer of Audubon to get to the finals. And he'll wrestle Boothie for the championship. Holt from Carroll, Boothie from Glenwood. And then Woolsey from Atlantic will wrestle for 3rd place as he came out and had a quick pin in his match over Meyer from Audubon. And we're waiting to see, you might have that up there. Well, Scheffler from HST, that's done. He wrestled Dykes of Red Oak for the 3rd place match. And Alpet from Alta Aurelia wrestles Crandall from Central DeWitt for 7th. And just need that fill-in right there. Thomas wrestling at 215 right now is up 1-0.
Yeah, 285. Which one were you missing?
Yeah, we're looking for the who's going to wrestle Woolsey, the Scheffler or Dykes.
That's Scheffler.
Okay, from HSTW. That puts Dykes of Red Oak down to wrestle Meyer of Audubon for 5th. And Alpet of Alta Aurelia will wrestle Crandall from Central DeWitt for 7th. Waiting on 1 match to go before the finals. We'll take a timeout, and we're back right after this on a KS 95.7 FM and our live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
First Windy Bank is the longest standing locally owned bank in Atlantic, and as such, we take pride in how we serve our community. For generations, we have been involved with our customers and their families by getting involved in community events and by supporting technology and teaching financial literacy in our schools. You'll also see our support of athletics on the scoreboards at home events. It's this involvement that allows us to know our customers and their families for generations. First Windy Bank, the only bank you'll ever need. Member FDIC.
Have you ever heard the saying, people spend their life building wealth and neglecting their health, only to wish they could trade their wealth for better health at the end? This is Dr. Fritz Beyer, and it has now been over 30 years since my first chiropractic adjustment. I still get asked, do you get adjusted? Absolutely. I try to get adjusted at least once a month. I'm 47 now and still try to stay as active as ever. While I do get a few more aches and pains than when I was younger, it feels great to be able to step on the mat and help kids learning to wrestle. Chiropractic has helped me feel young enough to do it. If staying active is part of your future plans, call 254-BODY to get your body back to the basics.
At the Seed Pros, we're more than just your local Pioneer Seed dealer. We're a family operation helping you grow profitable success season after season.
My daddy sold chemical, soybeans, and corn.
That's right, Nora. From corn to soybeans to chemicals, we've got trusted Pioneer genetics and local knowledge to maximize profits.
And I get to ride in the tractor.
The Seed Pros, where the next generation is already in the field. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinkler, Nick Knutson, or John Becker. We are with you from the word go.
It just put himself in a spot to wrestle for 3rd place.
Yeah, he got an escape there in the 2nd period, and then he rode his opponent the whole 3rd period and just kind of kept him broke down and moved side to side and tried to work on pinning combinations and rode him out.
Well, we're getting set for the finals, and let's take a look at the team scores before we get rolling. Grand Island, 205.5 points. Atlantic second with 189. Sergeant Bluff-Luton third with 176.5. Glenwood fourth with 162.5. Carroll fifth with 122.5. And Humboldt in sixth with 118. High 35 seventh with 101. That's Alta Aurelia 8th, Underwood 9th, Audubon 10th. Greene County 11th, Omaha Scott Catholic at 12. Central DeWitt 13th, Red Oak at 14th. HSTW at 15. Denison, Sleswig, and Griswold round out the 17-team field here at the Rollin Dyer Invitational, and the finals are ready to go here.
Looking at 106 here, I guess the interesting part is wrestling for 5th place is Van Horn of Atlantic taking on Gates, and that was a first-round matchup, and it was won in overtime by Gates. So Van Horn gets a second chance here, and hopefully can change it around here. Our championship match here at 106 pounds is Jacob of Greene County and Walsh of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Jacobs comes in as a 7th-rated wrestler for the Greene County Rams. He was 17-1 coming in. He had a bye that he won by a fall and a tech fall to get to the finals. Walsh not rated from Sergeant Bluff Luton, but he was a 2-seed, 26-1. I want to double check that too on Walsh.
Walsh was really impressive in the semifinal match there, and they're started here. So both wrestlers on their feet here. You should be able to see the scoreboard there in the left lower corner if you guys are watching on Western Iowa Today TV. And it was Walsh with a kind of an inside trip there. Jacobs with a takedown, no points awarded, a switch. Those guys are going crazy, and both go out of bounds, and they're going to come back to the center. So 19 seconds, both officials talk, and they say neutral position. So Jacobs was in on a shot, kind of a switch attempt there by Walsh, and able to kind of come out behind him. Both wrestlers kind of separated now in the center of the mat. Kind of a level change there by Jacobs. Jacobs gets an outside single and now switches off to double head in between the legs, kind of comes out the back door, follows through, can't get both legs though. And Walsh back up on his feet. 1 foot in bounds there by Jacobs. He grabs the other leg of Walsh and gets a 3-point takedown. So they're going to come back to the center here with 1:18 to go.
Just a quick note, Walsh had a really impressive win over Ace Cochran, the outstanding 21 wrestler from Glenwood, to get to the finals here. And the competition is great, especially when you got in the semifinals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could tell the tournament slowed down as we got there, and the matches got closer and more competitive, and a few overtime matches. Right now, Jacobs has got a cradle locked up, near side cradle locked up on Walsh. Walsh doing a good job. He's going to sit back through, though, and catch Walsh on his back here, and he's pretty well flat. He's got the knee in the side, head in the temple, just like they teach you. He's got it locked up tight. 44 seconds to go here in the first period. The referee kind of slides to the side there, sees both shoulders exposed there, and it's going to be Jacobs of Greene County winning by fall here in the first period. 120
pin for Jacobs, and he is only 1 loss on the season. 18-19, picks up his 20th win. He's 20-1 for Greene County, and the champion at 106 is Brennan Jacobs, and we go to 113 pounds.
At 113 pounds, just looking at Van Horn's, I guess, real quick, he had an early takedown there. There's 20 seconds left in that first period, so at 113 pounds here, it's Lane of Glenwood, and he's taking on Gray of Sergeant Bluff Luton. And it's Lane right away of Glenwood coming out with the 3-point takedown just at less than 10 seconds into this period. Both wrestlers kind of right on the edge. They're going to call him out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center. So,
you know, we look at Quinn Lane. He was not even hardly seeded in that tournament. He upset Leighton Elmquist, the #1 seed from Audubon, by a 8-2 decision to get to the finals. And here he is, up 3-0 here in the finals over Josh Gray, who was a 2 seed from Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Yeah, and Gray, I mean, Lane really doing a nice job keeping him broke down. He's got a right chicken wing in now. He's trying to run around that head. You can see Gray posting that outside leg, trying to avoid that, and Lane's just going to take his time here and settle in a little bit. Now he bars the arm up, goes for the half on the other side, switches over to the other side, and he's going to drive forward over the head, expose the shoulders of Gray, and we're going to get back points here, and it's probably going to be at least 4. Lane does a nice job there, slowly settles, tries to get the shoulders, but Gray able to belly back out here. Now we got the chicken wing back in on the left-hand side, and we got a half in on the right-hand side. Lane just taking his time here. No points awarded yet, as he still has the same move here. 40 seconds to go here in the first period. He still has that chicken wing on the left-hand side here, but there's been no offense on the bottom here. I mean, he's got Gray completely flat on his belly this whole period once he got him taken down. 30 seconds to go here. Lane readjusts now, you can see. And Lane basically just bellying out. Now he's got a chicken wing on the other side. He's going to step over the head here. No points still awarded, but he's going to settle in. He hooks that head with that knee. Tries to get that back exposed a little bit more, down to 10 seconds here in this first period.
Boy, he's got that close.
and he's settling in, and we're going to look, time's going to expire here, but it'll be a 7-0 lead here for Lane of Glenwood as we go to the second period.
And Van Horn of Atlantic at 106 now in that fifth place match is up 3-1 with about 29 seconds to go in that second period. So Trojans in Grand Island, Nebraska, they are neck and neck. Glenwood's right in there as well. Sergeant Bluff Luton, so it's going to be interesting here as we move along for the team title. Let's go to 100 and should be 120, but
yeah, Lane with another takedown right on the edge, and the officials look at each other and says, don't make me make a decision. And okay, no takedown. So we're going to come back to the center neutral here. And right away, Lane in on a, Quinn Lane in on a nice deep shot again. Hips, heavy hips there by Gray, though, hipping in. Lane does a nice job, readjusts his hips in. Now they both stand up, and they're on the edge of the mat. They're going to come out of bounds here and back up to the center here. We're going to go with 1:32 to go. So Lane in on some really good shots. Gray has good hips, good hip pressure. Avoided the takedown here so far, but Lane of Glenwood, able to get in there in that first period and then rode him out the whole second period. So I'm sure that that's one of the reasons that Gray did not want to be on the bottom to start the period. Gray right now kind of pushing into Lane and pushes Lane out of bounds, and no stall call here. Back to the center, 1:15 to go here. Readjust, a shot attempt there by Lane of Glenwood. Both wrestlers still neutral here in the circle. Two-arm tie. Lane switches off to fireman's carry here. Now switches off to double on the side and basically just drives down and kind of works his hands down the legs to where he just can't step back anymore. So they're going to be a three-point takedown here by Lane again, make it a 10-0 match, and we're going to come back to the center. Gray's going to go back down that bottom position. Still 50 seconds to go. And again, after he got him taken down, he really rode hard with that chicken wing. And right away, he gets to chop that right arm, and that chicken wing's in on that right side again. It's not quite in a good position. He's got a half in on the left side. He's going to try to tilt him over again here. He runs towards the head, has him broken down flat on his belly, underhook. He steps over the head with that knee. Circles the head with the knee, and they're going to get back points right here as he settles in. And Quinn Lane of Glenwood again has him exposed on his back.
Layden Elmquist with a pin for third place for the Ottoman Wheelers. And Elmquist, a third overall for the Coach Tyler Christensen of the Wheelers here in this tournament. We'll go back to the championship.
Yeah, Quinn Lane's we're going to run out of time here. I think he's down to 5 seconds, but has readjusted. He actually gets the fall with 3 seconds to go here in this second period. So Quinn Lane at Glenwood is your champ.
3:57 to fall for Quinn Lane, who came from the middle of the pack, and we're through 113, and now we get to 120 pounds, and we've got Rudy Rodriguez stepping on the mat from Grand Island. He'll take on Keith Schrader of Atlantic. Rodriguez ranked number 2.
And you look at these two wrestlers, and they're completely opposite build. Rodriguez of Grand Island, really low center of gravity, short and stocky, and you got the length advantage of Schrader there. And we saw earlier, Schrader knows exactly where he's at in his position. He's fine with letting somebody in on a shot, and he's able to scoot around and get a leg in. So we're coming to the center here, and
Rodriguez 20-1 coming in. Schrader 26-7 before the start of this one.
Rodriguez has the left arm tied up of Schrader, tries to stand up a little bit. Schrader kind of bobbing back a little bit. Now Rodriguez pulls forward, separation by Schrader. Both wrestlers kind of trying to figure out. Rodriguez definitely wants to go either upper body or tie up an arm, 2-on-1 there on the one side, and Schrader's doing a good job of keeping some separation, but Schrader's out of bounds now. Schrader circles around here, and they're going to both go out of bounds and come back to the center with 1:24 here in the first period.
Schrader was the third seed coming in the tournaments.
Yeah, he upset Jacobs.
Yeah.
By a major decision, 14-2. So Rodriguez again 2-on-1 on the left side of Schrader there. Schrader doing a nice job. If you look though on the camera there, he's keeping that left wrist away. Now Schrader kind of goes in for a fireman's attempt there, but Rodriguez does a nice job with his left arm pushing on the thigh of Schrader. Now he goes 2-on-1, inside trip, and it's exactly what we see Schrader do a lot. He kind of shucks him by. He does inside leg hook for that, get those points awarded. Back to the center here, 50 seconds to go, first period. Outside single shot attempt there by Schrader. Right now, Rodriguez has the the right leg hooked on the outside, and he's got 3 points awarded. And we saw Schrader do that, quite a bit, and Schrader's still not in a bad position now, but Rodriguez is probably going to cut him. Now he picks him up and tries to trip him out of bounds, and Schrader doing a nice job, has a whizzer in and fighting that off, tries to step away. Rodriguez just kind of following both legs, now drives into him and breaks him back down. 17 to go here. 3-0 Rodriguez of Grand Island. Got an arm over the front of Schrader. Schrader back up to his feet now, trying to fight, trying to get an escape, and you can see Rodriguez lower his legs, go back to a single, elevate, and drive him out of bounds.
What does Schrader need to do now to counter this, Cody?
Oh, boy, you're in a tough position, honestly, because Rodriguez is staying tight. I mean, and, when you have a low center of gravity like that, it's hard as a tall wrestler to get low enough and stay low enough. But we're going to the second period here. Rodriguez is going to go down, but Schrader did about everything he could do there. He just couldn't finish the shot that he was, and kind of got basically shucked by where Rodriguez was able. Now you can see exactly that. Schrader's got that left leg hooked, which we see a lot, but Rodriguez is going to try to get that left arm out in between them. He kind of goes down to his hips. He breaks the leg of Schrader out. Schrader trying to get that leg back in, hips into Rodriguez. Rodriguez comes back down to his knees on the edge of the mat. Minute 30 to go, second period. And Rodriguez's knows leg riders, you can tell, because he grabs the ankle of Schrader and elevates that leg and keeps him from getting it in. And he's got his arm around the leg of Schrader, and he's going to keep him from getting legs in on him. He continues to circle the opposite direction. Both wrestlers basically out of bounds with the exception of Schrader's toes. Now their toes are out. We're going to come back to the Senate with a minute 8.
Well, Cody, they've changed that out of bounds rule, though, here, a couple of years ago.
It's a little bit more like college as far as fleeing the mat, and also you only need 1 point in rather than 2. Back to the center, Rodriguez kind of bellies out here. Schrader, again, right over the top of the hips. He just wants those legs exposed. Rodriguez doing a good job catching the leg of Schrader. Schrader doing a good job riding tough here, for the second period, but he's got a right leg in now. He kind of sits. He's got a power half on the 3/4 Nelson, basically on the left side of Rodriguez, but his left leg is barely in. Rodriguez is able to get that out. Now Schrader hooks the left ankle of Rodriguez. Rodriguez tries to come up to his hips, and Schrader keeps him broken down.
Well, Schrader's ridden the whole period, hasn't he? The whole, almost 25 seconds to go in this second, but
Rodriguez, I'm assuming, went down here.
Yes, he did.
So again, 3/4 Nelson on top, both legs kind of in on Rodriguez. He gets those separated. And basically, Rodriguez is doing nothing now but defensive on the bottom. I mean, he's blocking the left leg, he's blocking the right leg. Schrader has a 3/4 in, and he just wings down on that. And right now, Rodriguez up to his feet, but not able to get an escape. Schrader did a good job there towards the end, not giving up a cheap point.
Now Schrader's going to take down. An escape and a takedown would put him in the lead. He's certainly in this match. He rode him the whole 2 minutes, the entire 2 minutes, I should say.
Yeah, and we didn't, we saw in the first period once, Rodriguez had a takedown. He did a nice job staying in decent position, able to kind of get a reshot on the leg when Schrader would get up. Schrader's up to his feet now trying to fight. He does get an escape here. Both wrestlers on their feet, and again, Rodriguez likes that 2-on-1. Schrader now tries to go to outside single, but he just can't get deep enough penetration on the right side there. Both wrestlers separated here. It's a minute 30 to go, third period. It's a 3-1 Rodriguez over Schrader. Schrader with a takedown here. Outside single shot there. Underhook on the right side now is Schrader. A shuck down by Rodriguez. Now an underhook on the left side. And Rodriguez's center of gravity is just lower. We're down to 1:05 here. Schrader now both hands tied up, kind of trying to shuck down to where he can maybe get him to Rodriguez to stand up. Rodriguez again drops an outside single. They go out of bounds. 1 second, or 1 second less than 1 minute here to go in the third period. And Schrader knows what he's got to do and continues to, work on that. But Rodriguez really ties the wrists up and hands up. He likes that 2-on-1. Schrader wants some separation, but he can't get a deep enough shot, and we get a stall call on Rodriguez. Now a shot penetration, but it could end up with a shot for Rodriguez as he's got the right leg inside of Schrader, and he's over the front. The only thing saving Schrader is he's got both hands locked. If those hands get broke, Schrader's going to be able to pick this up and go the opposite direction, but Rodriguez lost his whizzer, and there he's got the opposite ankle. He drives forward. No points awarded yet. He popped his head loose and was able to get the takedown. 16 seconds to go here. So they're going to stop it for potentially dangerous.
Schrader's up 4-3 now.
So there's 14 seconds to go. Rodriguez is going to go back down. He needs to get an escape, and Schrader wants to do exactly what he did the second period and ride him out.
He's got a ride here.
A leg in there by Schrader. Schrader gets a little bit high. A double switch here attempt. We're going to run out of time here. 3, 2, 1. And the match is Keaton Schrader's your champion here at 120 pounds.
Unbelievable job by Schrader. He was down in the match. What a great job. A smart match by Schrader. 4-3. Keaton Schrader with the win.
Yeah, and there's a...
Rodriguez ranked number 2.
Rodriguez not happy with the final there, but Schrader did exactly what he needed to do, and he rode him out and held on.
Well, Schrader, right, and I want to go back to Rodriguez, who's ranked second in Nebraska in 120 pounds. He came in with a 20-1 record, only 1 loss. And how about Schrader?
Well, again, Schrader never gave up, though.
No.
I mean, he drove and drove and drove and finally got a stall call against Rodriguez. Right after that stall call, he got in on that outside single, was able to finish that shot, and then was able to ride him out.
Here we go, 126 pounds. Cody Weaver, take it away.
This is Paige of Altarelia, and he's taking on this freshman from Glenwood, Leak, who came in as a 6th seed and in the finals here, and he's been very impressive right away. He's got a 3-point takedown with 20 seconds here in this first period gone. So Like with a deep waist now on the right side and continues to drive forward. Both wrestlers on the edge of the mat here, and Like's going to drive him out here. And we're going to come back to the center, and it'll be Paige. Paige will go back down in that bottom position, and Like's going to cover the left side here. Right away you see him kind of switch to wrist control. Like is able to grab that left arm and bring him back down flat on his belly here. Now he works on peeling both hands out, riding directly over the hips. He's got a chicken wing, it looks like, on the left-hand side. He's going to circle, he grabs the wrist, he's driving. Like's going to drive him over here on his back, exposes his back. He settles in, chest on chest. He's doing a great job right there because he's posting that opposite hand, and so the Paige cannot roll over that. And Like is doing exactly what he needs to do. No energy to post that arm. And Paige is just fighting everything he can do to fight off his back. Now Like finally gets the leverage back, settles in, sinks that half deep in where the elbow's underneath the head. He's settling in. If he could just settle back a little bit, chest on chest here, and elevate that head, expose both those shoulders. He still has 29 seconds to go here. He settles in and gets the fall.
Wow. Like is undefeated. He's a freshman for the Glenwood Rams and Coach Weber. He has won several AAU titles. He's a freshman to watch for sure, and he picks up a huge win tonight here at 126 pounds, now to 132. And how about Braxton Haas? He came from behind to beat Ryan Fletcher, an outstanding wrestler from Underwood, earlier this afternoon, and we've got the finals coming up here.
Yeah, this is Draves of Grand Island. Again, Grand Island coming in had roughly 9 kids, I think, rated in the state of Nebraska. Haas with the control of the right arm. Underhook now gets that separated. Both wrestlers separated. 15 seconds into the first period here. Haas with an underhook, tries to get to a single leg here. Gets to the single leg, but a whizzer there by Draves. Draves now separates. Haas shoots from outside here and gets put on his back.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's what happens when you no points. He gives him 3 points, and he's counting back points. And what happened there is, if you watched on the stream here, Draves was able to kick completely out of bounds, and Haas just charged after him, kind of got himself in a stretched out position, and Draves just drove in, got him on his back, and basically it goes back to that 1 point in bounds. So it's 5-0 now. 1:13 to go. Chicken wing here for Draves. Haas coming up to his feet. Draves is going to try to step over here, but Haas is about half up, kind of sitting out on his butt here. Draves has a chicken wing. Haas able to get up to his feet and go out of bounds. They're going to call potentially dangerous too, but 57 to go here in this first period. So
Colin Harris wrestling here.
He's right here in front of us.
He's down 6-2 for third place.
And this is a Curry from Sergeant Bluff Luton that he's wrestling.
That's for at 126. We're back to championship.
Draves riding tough on top here. Haas is able to get some separation. Really a quick knee slide by Haas, to get some separation. Does get an escape here with 41 to go. Makes it a 5-1 match. So we had a takedown by Draves early and 2 near fall, almost basically out of bounds. What you used to would have been out of bounds. And Draves with another takedown just drives into Haas and is able to get behind him here. Has the left arm tied up, releases that. Has a chicken wing on that left side. Haas able to stand back up to his feet. Draves puts a leg in. Both wrestlers, he's going to trip Haas out of bounds, and they're going to come back to the center. So it's 8-1 now. Draves of Grand Island with that lead. Haas comes back to the center, gets set. Draves takes his time here. He's going to cover left-hand side. You see a lot of explosive moves, and Haas again right up to his feet, hand fighting, tripping, and Draves able to trip him and come down. He keeps that 1 foot in bounds, and because that keeps it active. So now we're down to 3 seconds here in the first period at 132 pounds, and it's Graves of Grand Island taking on Haas of Atlantic. Graves covers that left-hand side, chops the arm, Haas right up to his feet. Graves able to bring him back, return him to the mat. We'll go to the second period here.
When you look at this bracket, Cody, Draves ranked 3rd out in Nebraska. Haas ranked number 8 here in Iowa. And Fletcher was ranked number 5 when he beat Ryan Fletcher in 1A, Haas in 2A, and this was a loaded field.
Yeah, this was second period here was Haas's choice. He chose down. So Draves kind of riding out front here. You'll see him try to drive forward, circle the head, and then suck him back underneath him is what he's doing. There's so much pressure there on the shoulders of Haas. Haas able to come up to his feet. Draves, you'll see you pick him up, return him to the mat. A sit-out attempt there by Haas out of bounds, and we're going to come back to the center with 1:39 to go. So Haas is very explosive on the bottom, knee slide, but just cannot quite escape. Again, Draves right away, now goes chicken wing left side, tries to get the right arm of Haas, and he's got the chicken wing, he's got the elbow. Haas trying to sit out. Draves doing a nice job following, switches a half. He's got the left arm tied up and right arm tied up, and he's going to try to bring Haas back down to the mat, and he brings him down for potentially dangerous. And actually in that position, you can see exactly Haas's head is the first thing that's going to hit the mat. So it would be nice when the whistle blows to release and let him go. But Haas back to the center here down. Graves covers that left side. It's going to be a caution on Graves for an early start here. So Haas is down and set at that bottom position. Graves again covers left side, chops the left arm of Haas. Haas up to his feet. Tries to sit out here. He's in a sit-out attempt here. Now turns towards, and Graves is basically just tying both arms up, and he's kind of got a double loose chicken wing in, I'll call it, where he's got enough control on either side. Haas is able to come up to his feet. Graves brings him up. Haas is able to come up to his feet, and basically Graves just elevates him, takes him back down, and right now he's just riding over the hips, trying to work on inside wrist control. 49 to go here. Haas is going to get almost put on his back here. Graves just basically drives in with a power half and has Haas in trouble here. And Haas sits back, and Graves of Grand Island gets the fall here.
Sophomore at 22-2 coming in. 25-2 now with the win over Braxton Haas. Braxton was 28-4 coming into the match here this evening. We owe you a station identification. We go to 138 pounds. We're back right after this.
Is KSW 95.7.
Now we come to the 138-pound championship match here at the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Tournament here in Atlantic, and we've seen some great wrestling, and I tell you what, that was an impressive match here at 132 pounds. Braden Sheffers of I-35 is out there right now.
And Sheffers in on like a 2-second takedown right off the whistle.
Right out of the gate. He's wrestling Carlson from Scott Catholic.
And Carlson comes in as a 6th seed as well.
6th seed, yeah.
You can see Sheffers has him elevated, is going to take him out of bounds, almost on his back, but brings him down, out of bounds. They come back to the center, minute 32 to go here. Carlson will be down and set. Sheffers is going to cover left-hand side. Sheffers with a kind of a crab ride right now under the arm and around the neck, just kind of hanging out front here, blocking the right knee.
Sheffers came in as a second-rated to Class 1A roadrunner from I-35.
You have to get him back down to the mat. It's going to be called stalling here pretty quick, and he elevates him up and brings him back down. And you know, when you return people to the mat, it used to be probably when you or I wrestled, you could control one arm and bring them down on that side, and now you can't do that. They have to have both arms free. They went back out of bounds. So Braden Sheffers here, I-35, has that 3-0 lead here with 1:05 to go. Carlson right away, head down on the mat, trying to wrist fight, sits out a little bit. And Sheffers just controls that left wrist. He's back up on his feet here now, and we've seen this, and he elevates him, brings him back down to the mat, heavy on the hips. Both wrestlers on the outside circle. They're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center again with 48 to go. The harder you can slam them, the harder you can slam them just to get in their mind is what you want to do, and that's exactly what he's doing. And he's elevating him over his hips for sure, and then returning them fairly aggressive, but pretty slick move there by, he does get an escape here. So Carlson gets an escape here for Omaha Skutt, and Sheffers in. Both guys tied up right now on their legs, 30 to go here, first period, 3-1. Sheffers of I-35, outside single shot attempt there. Carlson drives in, kind of a double underhook now. Collar tie by Sheffers of I-35. Almost goes like a fireman or duck under here. And boy, both those wrestlers are fast. Sheffers is really quick on reaction. Both go out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center here with 9 to go. 3-1. Sheffers of I-35 with that quick takedown. Rode Carlson quite a few times, gets an outside single shot here, and you can see that Carlson trying to scoot his hips around. They ran out of time. It's going to be Sheffers' choice here, and he's going to defer to the third period and see kind of what Carlson wants to do.
You know, Crew Carlson came in, Cody, at 8-8 as a freshman. And here he's having in the finals here, he beat Hagen of Atlantic, who was 25-9 in the quarterfinals.
He can't decide what he wants to do, but he's going to go top position.
Oh, he's going to go top, okay.
He looks at his coaches. So, you know, Omaha Skutt maybe doesn't have all their, like Ziola, for example, is rated first, and, you know, state champ, just committed to North Carolina, I believe. He's not here today. This could be a kid that's just a solid kid that just can't crack the lineup.
Well, he's made a good impression on his coach and his team here in this tournament.
And Carlson tried to get a leg in there, and Sheffers did a nice job catching that. He takes it clear over the top of his head, has that leg elevated out front, trips forward, tries to get Carlson down. He's going to pick him up and return him to the mat for a takedown. Oh, he's going to call it a reversal. So he kind of got robbed out of one point there. But Going to stop it here for potentially dangerous. Sheffers had the arm kind of barred up at it past the 90 degree behind the back of Carlson there. Carlson's down and set right in the middle. He's ready to wrestle. Sheffers is going to cover. He's taking his time, getting some gas. He covers the left-hand side, chops the right arm, now goes that crab ride again under that shoulder, around the back of the neck, and so he wants to rip that to the left-hand side. But, Carlson able to get up to his feet, now does get an escape. He was able to get up to his feet multiple times. Now outside single shot there by Sheffers. He tries to go across, a nice whizzer by Carlson. Sheffers switches to a double, is able to take him back down and get back behind him here to make it a 8-2 match here with a minute to go now in that second period. And it's been all on his feet by Sheffers and 2 escapes by Carlson here of Scott. So got a chicken wing on the left-hand side and a half on the right-hand side, which a lot of times you'll see that. He'll try to circle to the left, and if that doesn't work, he'll half on the right. You see him jump the other side, but they end up getting that arm a little bit past 90, and they stop it for potentially dangerous. So we're going to come back to the center. Second period, 42 seconds left, and it's Sheffers of I-35 with that 8-2 lead over Carlson at Omaha Skutt.
And Sheffers has been nothing but moving forward.
Well, Sheffers is moving forward, but Carlson also is able to get up to his feet. Now he tries a tilt attempt here and tries to settle in, and Carlson doing a good job keeping his hips up, but you can see they call that a bread basket, kind of between your legs there, and you want to try to catch the opponent in that so they can't roll out of it. And basically he rolled through that tilt position. Both guys are on their feet here. He switches off to a single on Carlson just to keep possession of him. Tries to trip. He's going to get called for stalling if he doesn't return him to the mat. And he stacks Carlson up here, and he's going to get 2 near fall out of that. So he knows exactly where he's at and how long he has to hold, Sheffers does. And Sheffers goes into this third period with a 10-2 lead right now, and it will be his choice.
Sheffers 16-2. Coming in, he had a bye and then a tech fall in the finals here. And Carlson, as we mentioned, had a pin over, or tech fall, then a 14-5 decision over Hagen. And a pin over Rasmussen of Audubon, John Rasmussen, the 2 seed, to make it in 3:39 to make it a Carlson-Sheffers matchup. It's been all Sheffers so far.
It was interesting because Sheffers' coach said, hey, let's go neutral in the third period, and Sheffers says, I'm going down.
Oh!
So he wants to, his coach says, you've taken him down 3 times. Let's go to a position where we're comfortable. If you get on the bottom and get cradled or get a leg in and get tilted, and right now he's stringing him out. I mean, Carlson's got both legs in, and he's basically Sheffers on bottoms holding onto the arm to try to keep him from doing something. But Carlson's going to beat on him this whole third period.
Well, he's just riding the hips rather.
Right, but he's working on a power half out front, and he's going to stretch him out and give him a free chiropractor appointment here in this whole period, if nothing else. You can see Sheffers on bottom kicking both legs, and basically no position change, both hips over the top, and it's going to probably be a stalemate. Sheffers is basically just bellied out. Carlson working on top, both sides try to do something. Sheffers now gets his left leg out, but he's still flat on his belly, and Carlson pushing down, and there's been no stall call here at all.
58 seconds to go,
Carlson now sits the other one in, but he's getting a little bit loose. He's got his legs not locked in now. Sheffers is up to his knees, kind of balled up on his knees here, and there's going to be a stalemate here pretty quick, I assume, because Carlson doesn't have anything either. No way to turn him. Now he gets a little bit high, he sits back down behind the hips. He's got one leg in, but it's clear out front. And you can see that basically that leg that was in on the left side, Sheffers was able to get a hold of that, elevate that up, and circle in that same direction and get behind him for reversal and escape. So now Sheffers is going to put down a takedown clinic. He's taking him down. It's 15-4. Carlson shoots in deep. Sheffers is going to try to get that right arm out around the hip for another takedown, which he does. You can see that he puts both hands behind the hips, so it makes it 18-4, and time's going to expire. So Sheffers of I-35 is your champ here at 138 with an 18-4 major decision.
Goes to 19-2 on the year, ranked number 2 in Class 1A at 138 pounds. Now go to 144, Cody.
This is Peterson at Grand Island taking on Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Howard ranked number 12 in Class 2A at this weight. And Peterson ranked number 8 out of Nebraska at 144 pounds.
Having some discussions by the officials, and both wrestlers are ready to go, and the officials saying, let's scoot off the mat and have our conversation. So
finals at 144.
Looks like Landon Hagen has a 14-4 lead with 20 seconds to go in his match at 138.
That'd be for 5th place. We'll get some team scores here after this championship match at 144 as well.
And Howard with a quick takedown here. There's about 9 seconds out of this first period. He's working on, looks like almost a cradle. He drives forward, picks the ankle up, has him broken down, has Howard broken down, or excuse me, Peterson broken down. And you can see that Howard rides higher than most opponents would ride when they're on that bottom position. Does get a little bit too far high. Peterson of Grand Island able to get an arm in between there and get up for an escape. So 3-1 right now. Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton with that lead. Tries a slide by, he's going to try to do the same thing that we're seeing quite a bit of today, or I am anyway, where you get hip to hip, you get your leg inside, and it's we used to call it an okie dokie, where you go over the head and around underneath the arm and you hook your left leg, and it's considered a takedown. I don't know what Atlantic calls it, but I know in Grizzled we call it an okie dokie. I think it's like maybe the Oklahoma or something, but maybe my wrestling coach didn't like Oklahoma, so they called it the okie dokie instead of the Oklahoma or something. So we're going to come back to the center, 3-1. Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton with that lead. Both wrestlers on their feet. Again, Howard with a quick takedown there right off the whistle. And we've seen that in a few of these matches where the opponent gets a takedown, then it's kind of fairly even after that. Now you've got a takedown actually by Peterson at Grand Island takes the lead, and he's going to tilt up Howard, and he's going to get some back points here. He got at least 2, if not 3. So Peterson of Grand Island takes a 7-3 lead here at the end of the first period. It was 3-0 here, and he's going to work. He's continuing. He still has that tilt blocked up, so I'm surprised that they actually awarded points to him, because he never let go of the arm. And I think that's kind of one of the things that you see the Sergeant Bluff Luton coach stand up, but it got out of hand in a hurry. Howard had a quick takedown there, 3-0, rode him for a while. Peterson able to get an escape, a takedown, and then tilted him up, so make it a 7-3 match here. We're going to start the second period. Peterson at Grand Island goes down. Howard of Sergeant Bluff Luton's going to cover that right side. Right away, Peterson up to his feet. Howard drives forward. You see Peterson circling, and he gets the arm in between, gets some separation, keeps that left arm, gets an escape here. So really nice job. As he circled, they teach you to raise your arm so you get some separation between the bodies, and the kid can't follow you around, and basically that's what he did. And as he did that, he also stood up. So Peterson with an 8-3 lead now, minute 30 to go. Both wrestlers on their feet. We're at 144 pounds here in the championship match. So Howard with a shot attempt outside, and wrist control there by Peterson. He's able to catch that and bring Howard back down, and Howard's bellied out here, and Peterson's just going to continue to work. It's 11-3 right now, the minute left to go here in the second period. And the way this is going, it's been all Peterson after that first takedown.
When you look at team scores right now, Grand Island 223.5, Atlantic second 201, Sergeant Bluff Luton third with 185.5, and Glenwood fourth 174.5, and Carroll fifth 129.5. His time is going to run out and go out of bounds or stalemate or whatever on the 46 seconds to go.
Both guys out of bounds. So Howard comes back. Sergeant Bluff Luton, he's going to go down in that bottom position. 46 seconds to go here in the second period, and you'll see Peterson, it looks like, cover. He's going to cover left side this time. So right away he chops that arm. Now he drops down to a single. You'll see Howard turn in the opposite direction, tries to come over. Peterson switches off to a double, tries to come out the back door. Still maintains control, but he's going to get called for stalling here pretty soon if he doesn't release or come up to the hips. He's able to move up to the hips and get him broken back down. Peterson working out front here now, blocking the left arm of Howard, gets him over, tilts Howard back up again. We saw that kind of in the first period towards the end here, and he does a nice job with that leg elevating, keeping Howard's back exposed. Down to 3 seconds in the second period. And it's going to be 4 more, so 15-3 is our score as we go into the third period.
Yeah, and Rasmussen, Johnny Rasmussen from Audubon just picks up a big win. He didn't quite catch, no check. He got pinned at the end. He was, thank you, Cody. Yeah, he just looked like he was ahead, and he just got pinned. And John was a second seed coming in here.
Going to the third period here at 1:44, and the position choice is neutral here. So Howard kind of working out front here, and you see Peterson really wanting to slow the match down. A lot of feet movement by Howard, and Peterson just says, you do your shot and I'm going to counter. And we saw Peterson get in on some outside singles, switch to doubles, even with the head in between here. Even with the head in between here, and he'll come out the back door. This one here, he did kind of an ankle sweep, caught Howard off bounds, and Howard took about 4 steps. Peterson in on that outside single. You'll see him work to the outside here, circle in that same direction. He's going to want to try to get some separation between him, and he catches Howard and gets a takedown and pushes Howard's head down and calls it a tech fall, and thanks for playing. It's game over.
He was just all over the place.
Well, he was, like I said, I'm sure the first takedown took him off guard, but Howard had a takedown within 7 or 8 seconds, and it was, the whole rest of the match was Peterson after that.
So Peterson, the winner, is 19-4 coming in. Ranked number 8 for Grand Island out of Nebraska. Now we go to 150 pounds, and Calvin Hayes of Atlantic is in this final.
And another Walsh from Sergeant Bluff Luton. Both wrestlers on their feet here. Some separation. Hayes in on an outside single. Some separation now. Both wrestlers back on their feet. Walsh is doing a good job at inside, outside, trying to just create a lot of chaos there. And you'll see he tried to push the arms up of Hayes to get underneath him in for a shot. Both wrestlers kind of right on the edge. And Walsh looks very explosive on his feet. Hayes doing a good job, so countering and almost in an outside single shot earlier there. Now he's almost in again, but he catches his head underneath there and continues to drive in. Walsh now with the arm controlled out front and the head controlled out front, trying to stuff him. Now he goes underneath, gets in, tries to get an outside single, and very good defense by Hayes.
I was going to say, Hayes was
Hayes is doing everything he can do to block every shot. We're down to a minute here left in this first period. Both wrestlers still on their feet. A lot of movement and duck under and stuff. Walsh does get in on an outside single. Hayes does a nice job sitting in. He gets his hips underneath. Hayes trying to get some separation, keeps that outside single. Hayes trying to flip him over here, but gets his hips in a terrible position, and Walsh is able to get behind. He did a nice job rolling through before, but he got a little bit flat there and couldn't react, couldn't get his hips out from underneath him. So 25 seconds to go. Walsh takes a 3-0 lead here. Hayes down on the mat, and inside wrist tie by Walsh there. He releases that, stays right behind the hip so, and he's not going to be able to do that obviously the whole time, but Hayes bellied out. Down to 5 seconds to go here, and looks like Walsh will ride this out and Hayes will be content. Walsh does get off to the right-hand side. We'll go to the second period, and it will be, it's going to be Hayes' choice. I'm sorry.
It's Walsh's choice. There you go. Yep.
I'm not red-green. So.
Well, a little ways away, but Walsh is going to take down nonetheless.
Walsh is down and set. Hayes is going to cover left-hand side. Chops wrist, gets way too high. Goes over the top. Walsh just for an easy reversal there. The other thing is Walsh has got his legs kind of in a Turk, and he's going to try to drive into that and get Hayes' back exposed here. You'll either see him keep his arm in between the legs, or he's going to step through with that left leg of his. And Hayes doing a good job so far bellying out and going away. Hayes releases that leg. We're on the edge of the mat here. Hayes gets his knees back underneath him. Sets out. Walsh drops down to a single and just kind of keeps control here. 1:20 to go in the second period. 5-0 right now. Walsh is Sergeant Bluff Luton with that lead. Now some separation here and a point escape there for Hayes. So we're both wrestlers back on their feet. 5-1, 1:05 to go here in the second period. Both wrestlers working on collar ties and inside control, especially. Hayes tries to get to the outside single, not able to get enough. Good hip pressure there by Walsh. Both wrestlers back on their feet. Again, inside wrist control, collar ties, snaps. Hayes out of bounds, Walsh inbounds. Now both wrestlers inbounds. Walsh with a head snap here. Tries to get a shot in, gets to a single. Hayes hips in again, but he's in on a deep single again. Able to pick that up. He keeps the leg of Hayes. He goes ahead and releases it and then covers the top here, making it an 8-1 with 20 to go here in the second period at 150 pounds. It looks like Walsh is trying to work on a chicken wing on that left-hand side. Hayes bellied out a little bit, works on the wrist control. Hayes gets called for stalling, kind of laying on his belly a little bit. That's pretty quick by the official. We've seen that in some of the other matches. And there's nothing wrong with that this time of year. You're going to have to go. This is go time between now and the middle of February.
Walsh is going to take neutral, Cody. 8-1. Walsh with the lead in the final 2 minutes coming up here.
And Walsh has just been able twice now to get in on a deep single on Hayes. Catches Hayes on, kind of off balance a little bit. They do a great job on their feet, wrist control, inside control, but you can see Walsh wanting to post both arms up and get underneath there and get into a single. So he stuffs the head, takes a shot, a fake shot there, catches Hayes' head down and just circles around behind for a takedown. Makes it 11-2. He releases Hayes back up to his feet here. And you've got 1:25 to go here now, and he's really heavy on the head of Hayes. Continues to snap, and then gets in on a shot. Hayes pulls a shot in there, a whizzer by Walsh. Hayes is able to hook that ankle. If he can create some separation, you can see him kind of trying to shelf that left leg, and a real weak whizzer there by Walsh. But you see Walsh turn the opposite direction and grab the ankle of Hayes, or the knee of Hayes'. And
what a move by Walsh.
Basically able to break that lock and get in behind him for make it a 14-3 match now with 49 seconds to go. He releases Hayes back up to his feet here, make it 14-4. Again, collar tie, real wide stance by Walsh. Hayes tries to come in a little bit underhook here, trying to go maybe a head toss or a throw. They're forehead to forehead. Walsh, again, just elevates him up, gets underneath, gets to that deep single, and Hayes, unfortunately, can't get a deep enough whizzer in to avoid anything, and he tries to take that in, and again, he's got just his toes in bounds, and he only needs one, so another takedown there. It should be 20-4, I believe.
They show it 17-4 with the 10 seconds left. They're 17-5, rather, Cody.
And he's trying to get a tech ball here. Team points for his team is what he's probably trying to work towards.
They got him.
I don't know if there was time left or not there, but he got
put
awarded.
up the 3.
He put up the 3. But, so that's a big deal for team.
Oh, it is.
Or at least 1 point more, plus the position.
Well, we looked the last team score. It was Atlantic just barely ahead of Sergeant Bluff Luton. Grand Island 236, Atlantic 204, Sergeant Bluff Luton 191, and they'll tack those points on for Sergeant Bluff as well. Now we go to 157.
So this is basically be your 2 seed and your 4 seed.
Yeah.
So your 4 seed knocked off the CD of I-35, knocked off your 1 seed, and Kudum we saw beat harder. So a quick takedown there by I-35 though. Kudum back up to his feet for an escape. Minute 30 to go here in this first period. 3-1 right now. And again, now Kudum in on an outside single shot and tries to switch off to a cradle. Real nice whizzer there by Pusetti though. Kind of in a lock position here. Now Kudum elevates that up, comes up to his feet, tries to trip, but a whizzer by Pusetti of I-35, and now a near side cradle attempt by Kudum. Switches to a double, and he's going to get a takedown on the edge, 1 toe inbounds. So a quick takedown by Pusetti of I-35. Kudum at an escape and a takedown, and Kudum wants to go. He's going to go ahead and keep him down. There's less than a minute to go here now, a little less than a minute. Kudum kind of chops that right arm. 50 to go here. Really does a nice job keeping his hips tight, keeping control of your bottom wrestler there. Has that 4-3 lead. Kudum does as your 2 seed. So I'm thinking after watching most of these final matches, the first person that gets a takedown, that's about all they've gotten, and then it's Kudum's coming back now and kind of been in control the rest of this period. So maybe I'd let somebody take me down if I knew I was going to finish. It's been Kudum, riding here, but basically he's not doing anything but riding the hips either. So he's got a deep waist on the left. He tries to chop the arm of the right. Pusetti tries to stand up. Now Kudum switches to a half on the right-hand side, but he's just basically right on the hips there. Pusetti stands up, hips in, and Kudum just can't quite keep up there, but they ran out of time. And a nice crossface by Pusetti to try to get behind her and escape, and no points awarded. So we're going to go to the second period here.
Nick Pusetti of I-35, 14-7 coming in, and all the way to he had a fall in 32 seconds and a fall in 145, and a fall in 227 over Deegan Miller. He upset Miller, the #1 seed. So it's interesting on some of these wrestlers. Miller had a 19-5 record, and Pusetti 14-7, but he's given Kudum all he wants right here. Kudum came in, he wasn't in the 2 seed either.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a little bit of blood time here. So
okay, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to High School Wrestling on KS 95.7 FM.
At the Seed Pros, we're more than just your local Pioneer seed dealer. We're a family operation helping you grow profitable success season after season.
My daddy sold chemical, soybeans, and corn.
That's right, Nora. From corn to soybeans to chemicals, we've got trusted Pioneer genetics and local knowledge to maximize profits.
And I get to ride in the tractor.
The Seed Pros, where the next generation is already in the field. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinkla, Nick Knutson, or John Becker. We are with you from the word go.
Excellence.
We're started here in the second period, down just under 2 minutes to go here. There was a little bit of blood time there. It was Kudum's choice here. Pusetti now in on another double leg shot here and able to get a takedown here. I had to laugh in between there because there was a Pusetti deferred, Kudum chose neutral, and I have to think back of a story that I just watched not too long ago about Keith Massey.
Yes, Lewis Central coach.
Lewis Central and Powerhouse, and he did so much work with my kids. And when he wasn't maybe that great a wrestler when he was younger. Well, he told the official, I defer his defer, so let him have the first choice again. And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. You have to choose something. So Pusetti with a takedown there. Kudum down on the bottom. We're back in the center, minute 12 to go. 6-4, your I-35 wrestler with that lead over Sergeant Bluff Luton. Kudum tries to come up to his feet, gets up to his feet here. Pusetti tries to lock a leg in. He goes ahead and with an escape, makes it a 6-5 match. Just under a minute to go here in the second period. And Massey is a type of guy that he's very serious about wrestling. He loves wrestling.
But look at the state champions he had over the years.
The way he teaches kids is different. I mean, it's not intense. It's more lighthearted and fun, at least when you're working one-on-one with him. There's a lot of jokes, so he keeps things loose, and it makes learning easy. So
Paulson twins went on to Iowa State, had a great career there. We just go up and down.
20 seconds to go here. We're both on our feet. You know, Pusetti had a takedown here in the second period to take the lead and escape by Kudum. Kudum now in on a double leg, gets a takedown here with 11 seconds to go. Kudum gonna lay on top here, and no movement. He basically releases the leg, and not a lot of offense, honestly, by either one. Time escape here, and Kudum released him a little bit, and Pusetti just exploded up, and his dad's like, what are you doing? You know, basically, gotta get moving. You're gonna have to sleep outside tonight if you don't hold him down.
Or run beside the bus.
So Kudum goes down here in the third period. Kudum's got that 8-6 lead over Pusetti. Kudum down, balled up. Pusetti kind of over the top, over the hips, behind both arms, both shoulders there. Kind of snaps Kudum down a little bit. Kudum knee slides, left knee slide up, stands up, tries to suck it back. Kudum comes out the back, gets an escape, make it a 9-6 match.
Third period, 1:33 to go. Kudum with a nice shot and gets a single and three,
really
Cody.
Deep double there, and basically he's tall enough and lanky enough. He was just on his knees, arched his back to elevate him up off the mat and return him. So we're down to 1:15 to go. 12-6 right now. Kudum, Sergeant Bluff with that lead. Again, he was the 2 seed. Pusetti, I-35, was the 4 seed, but up into the 1 seed. Kudum now kind of just working out top, but not really doing a lot of offensive stuff. Gets behind the hips here, riding behind the hips. Got a 2-on-1 on the wrist, just kind of lays on him, and I can't believe they don't call stalling. There's not a lot of offense on either wrestler here. Just trying to wrist control by Kudum, and Kudum basically directly over the hips. 12-6, 35 seconds to go here. Really no action by either wrestler. Kudum over the top with the arm around the knee, reaches out front, grabs the wrist, comes back down, pushes the head back. Down to 20 seconds to go here. And he's just basically, they either need to call a stalemate or stalling, one of the two, because either wrestler are really advancing any direction. Down to 5 seconds, and that'll be that way. Kudum will be your champion here at 157 with a 12-6 win.
165. We're going to see Tyler Harrell, the #1 seed from Scotty, into the tournament at 15-5. He had a tech fall over Kiesel from HSTW. And then he had a tech fall to win. And also it was Draven Smith of Atlanta getting to that semifinal, and he lost by a tech fall to Harrell on the bottom side. Harder from Grand Island, the 2 seed, won by fall to get here to the finals. So this should be a good one here. .165.
Underhook by Harrell there on the right side of Harder. Now tries to drive in and trip. Harder out of bounds, and Harrell's going to drive in a little bit more. They're going to come back to the center here.
We got Tyler Harrell ranked #1 for Scott Catholic out of Nebraska. He is 12-5. And then you've got Harder ranked #3 here out of Nebraska as well.
Yeah, I think it's a Class A and Class B, not in the same class.
Right.
They're going to be, Harrell drove into him here and drove him out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center, and both wrestlers back in the center here. 1:34 to go in the first period, and it looks like a takedown. Trying to take down here by, Harrell does a nice job staying on his feet, keeping his feet moving, gets out of bounds. And Harder not able to finish that shot even though he's behind a minute 20 to go, first period. Harder with a shot attempt. Underhook by Harrell on the right side of Harder again. He likes that underhook on that side. Some separation, wrist control on the opposite side. Both wrestlers in the center of the mat pushing in. Harrell now with kind of a duck under attempt. And Harder doing a nice job just basically driving into him, kind of catching him off balance. Harrell gets his balance back. Both wrestlers still on their feet. 48 to go here on the edge of the mat. Underhook still in. Harrell drives in and basically drives him out of bounds there, and they come back to the center.
37 seconds to go, first period. No score.
Harrell pretty comfortable outside single shot attempt there. You see a misdirection there actually by Harder. He faked one way and went the other way, but not able to get deep enough in on a shot to finish anything. We're down to 15 in the center of the mat. Neither wrestler with an advantage here. Harder keeps 1 foot in bounds. We're down to 5 seconds to go, first period. Both wrestlers circle out. We're going to come back to the center with 2 to go.
Harder now taking the mat for Atlantic. Jaden Harder at 157 pounds for third place. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. They're behind 1 match on that third place match right now. So 157, it's Jaden Harder of Atlantic.
Harder of Grand Island had his choice here, and he's going to go down in the bottom position here to start the second period. Harrell comes over from Omaha Scott here. Covers right side, right away chops the right arm. Deep waist with the left, chops that right arm. Harder doing a good job on bottom, at least staying up on his knees. Now tries to stand up, comes up to his feet. Harrell pushes in, trying to push him out of bounds. Harder doing a nice job circling and does get an escape as they go out of bounds. So we're going to come back to the center, minute 44 here. And it's Harder at Grand Island with that 1-0 lead right now. No takedown at all in the first period.
Jaden Harder of Atlantic at 157 just pins Deegan Miller from Greene County. Was 19-5 coming in, the number 1 seed, and Harder gets third place with Trojan 157. First period pin for Harder. He picked up his 100th career victory here earlier today, and he's added to that. So nice finish for Harder of Atlantic. We'll go back to the championship.
Yeah, both wrestlers kind of just basically fighting for position there on the edge of the mat. They both go out of bounds. They come back to the center. Harder of Grand Island with that 1-0 lead had to escape here in the second period. We're down to minute 10. Really neither wrestler's been able to get in deep enough. Now a kind of a slide by attempt by Terrell. He goes inside that leg like we've seen, or tries to go inside. He goes ahead and releases it, and both wrestlers still on their feet fighting here for position. Both wrestlers separated in the little circle in the center of the mat. We're down to 45 in the second period. Again, Harder has that lead at Grand Island, and that's because he had an escape here in the second period at 165 pounds.
Draven Smith for Atlantic at 65, wrestling for third. He's getting a little bit of trouble. Wrestling Larson from Altarulia. And Smith's ahead 5-0.
Yeah, and he did a nice job not getting reversed again. He's got a hold of that leg out front.
He was in a predicament there for a moment though, Cody. And yep, there's a reversal. So Larson gets a reversal as we have time on the championship match out here. Draven still ahead 5-2.
And Draven's got that inside leg tie over the top right there, and see him go backwards with it.
Mat return. Now he's got Larson on his back. Yeah, he's going to get some tilt points. Back to the championship.
Neither wrestler here on their feet, but neither guy has really been close to even finishing a shot here in the championship match. But you're talking 1 and 3 in the state of Nebraska, different classes, but
still.
Shot attempt there by Harrell, and Both wrestlers, there's 1 second left here in the second period now, so it's 1-0 right now still. They're going to go ahead and run the clock out. So Harrell goes down in this bottom position, so we'll see what Harder of Grand Island, if he can ride him out here for this whole third period, or if we get an escape, then it's going to go to overtime.
We've got time here with a third place match with Smith and Larson. Smith had to undo the hold.
And you can see,
well, there's a shot.
He's on top here. He's trying to get some tilt points here, and they're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center. Minute 42 to go here. So Harder there at Grand Island again with escape there in the second period. Harrell here chooses down, and he's your #1 rated kid in Nebraska. So 3 on top here. He tried to do a standing tilt, but couldn't return him back to the mat. He comes forward now. He goes inside wrist. He puts a half in on the left-hand side, drives forward, tries to keep Harrell broke down. Harrell comes up to his feet. He picks him up, elevates him, and he tries to roll through if he can. Now he's got the leg tied up of Harrell, and he's going to try to drive forward here and get some cheap back points if he can. And Harrell really knows what he's doing and does a nice job sliding his hips out of bounds. And they're going to come back to the center with a minute 14. So Harder will be back on top. So Harrell gets down and set here in our 165-pound championship match. Harder covers that left side, puts a half in right away on that left side, tries to pick him up, elevate him, picks him up the opposite direction, turns him down. They come right into a roll, and he gets in pretty bad shape, but Harrell able to get an escape there to tie it up 1-1. Just under a minute to go here.
I believe that Draven Smith just got pinned, and he was dominating that match. And he got caught, and that happens. So Larson of Altarulia gets the win over Smith.
We're down to 35 here in the championship match at 165, and it's 1-1 score. Harder at Grand Island taking on Harrell of Scott, Omaha Scott. Down to 20 seconds to go here. No takedown by either wrestler. And they both go out of bounds with 18 to go. They're going to come back to the center, and Harder talking to his coaches about side to side, what he wants to do, and a little bit more feet movement by him. Harrell's a little bit more settled. Harder gets in on a outside single, but not able to finish that, and a really tough whizzer there by Harrell. Down to 6 to go here. So Harder able to get in on an outside single shot, but a real strong whizzer by Harrell there to kind of break that and drive themselves out of bounds. So time expires here in the championship match. We're going to go overtime here. First takedown wins, and Harder so far has really been in the deepest on a shot, but just not able to finish it. Now an outside single shot, switch to a double here. Hip control by Harrell. Harrell drops down to 1 single. A whizzer there by Harder on the right side. Both wrestlers separated. He tries to go switch the opposite direction. Harrell now has the inside legs, tries to sit back. Really good balance by Harder. Harder with the whizzer, goes opposite direction. They come out of bounds, and they're going to go back to the center.
36 seconds to go in that one.
These guys are whizzers and throwing, and so it's a battle for sure. So this is our overtime minute here, and 26 to go here, and not really a shot attempt after that. Harder circles a little bit. Harrell looks a little bit gassed as, again, you maybe see like some almost like boxing feet out of Harder. He tries to circle around a little bit. Harrell with a shot here, tries to shuck by. Again, they're going to go out of bounds. 8 seconds to go. They're going to come back to the center. It's going to be, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen.
I know, they're just size each other up. Nobody's shooting, and all that overtime, and I think they're just wore out, Cody. So
it's Harrell's choice here. He's going to go down.
They're both just wiped out.
So if it's 30 seconds, and you can ride him for 30, and then you can escape, that's all you really need to do. So
165 overtime, 30 seconds down the clock, and
Harrell's down and set. Harder picks him up, elevates him. Again, we saw a circle there, and Harder maintains control here, and he's going to give him a 1-point escape here. He drives in and drives him out of bounds, knowing that he was not going to be in a good position, but he was going to be out of bounds, so it's okay. We're down to 18. He comes back to the center. 2-1 now. Harrell almost got with that lead, but Harder of Grand Island will have his choice in the overtime period to go down and get that point back. Down to 10 seconds to go here. No takedown by either wrestler. Harder drives in, a nice whizzer again. Harrell's got a tough whizzer, and he whizzered him out early. Those guys' shoulders will for sure feel it tomorrow.
Well, now we'll switch.
They're going to come back to the center here, and Harder of Grand Island will go down in this third overtime period. 30 seconds to get out. Harrell covers right side. And
locks those legs in right here.
He does, and he's
going
to get a reversal here.
Harrell's in trouble.
No, yeah, kind of.
Nope.
Harrell's able to keep on, but he grabs that head.
He scrambled out of it, Cody.
He's going to give him 1, not 2. He holds on, and they go out of bounds. And there's been, again, no stall calls at all. So he basically walked him from the center out. There's 6 seconds to go.
2-1, Harrell on top.
I think they're doing a video review and going to put 2 seconds back on the clock. No, they don't. Just kidding.
Oh, I wasn't going to bite on that, Cody.
Harder down and set. 6 seconds to escape here, or he's going to lose this match, or reverse. Peterson, Harrell covers, and it's going to be, that's it, it's over.
It.
So
I think both wrestlers are glad. Boy, they gave it all they had, and they shake hands before they even get to the center. So well done, gentlemen. 175 coming up. It's going to be Caleb Nelson of Underwood. He was 20-4 coming in, just a freshman. He's ranked 9th in the state in 1A for Underwood, and he's going to take on a Niall Lindvall from Glenwood, a junior. Lindvall had a tech fall and also made a decision to get to the finals here. Lindvall, the 2 seed, is 22-5 entering the tournament here today. So this is going to be interesting. Youth against experience, and Lindvall's, boy, that name is very synonymous with wrestling and football down in Glenwood.
Yeah, his dad was a state champ for Glenwood, and I think wrestled about the same time Coach Duff did, and they kind of remained friends over the years.
They're at it right now with Lindvall from Glenwood in the gold uniform.
Both wrestlers just on their feet here, 15 seconds into this first period. Lundvall staying in good position. Nelson trying to pass the arm to get by to a single.
Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic Wrestling for third, up 3-0 over Johnson from Underwood. And riding, first period.
Collar tie by both. Nelson with a outside single shot attempt, a head snap by Lundvall. Lundvall now circling kind of towards the same direction. Tries to circle around behind, is able to get a takedown there. Tries to circle behind, elevates Nelson, brings him back. Has him back down on the mat. A minute to go in the first period. So now Lundvall with Glenwood with that first period takedown. And Nelson kind of sits back and has Lundvall, and his hip's not in a great position, and Lundvall done a good job of riding out there, and Nelson with an escape. 40 to go here. 3-1 right now. Now Lundvall, Glenwood with the lead in your championship match here at 175. Lundvall does a nice job elevating that underhook and trying to get to that outside single. Nelson with an outside single shot here, and nice hip pressure by Lundvall. Lundvall now sits back, tries to scoot the hips, but a takedown by Nelson there to make it 4-3 with 15 seconds to go here in the first period. Lundvall with a switch attempt here. Time's going to expire. We'll go to the second period. 4-3, Nelson of Underwood with the lead over Lundvall of Glenwood. It's going to be Nelson of Underwood with his choice. He defers. Lundvall of Glenwood goes down to start the second period, trailing 4-3. Lundvall catches the head of Nelson, is able to get a reversal here. Makes it a 5-4 match. Lundvall now on the right side trying to dig out an arm on Nelson. Nelson comes up to his feet, stands up and escapes. Makes it 5-5 here with 1:35 to go in the second period. It will be Nelson's choice in the third period.
Donovan Hedrington up 11-1 in that third place match at 190. Johnson of Underwood almost getting a takedown with 40 seconds to go in that third period as they separate. Back to championship. Not a lot there.
Nelson out of bounds. Lundvall inbounds. Nelson switching off to double. They're both going to come back inbounds. 1:08 to go in the second period. Still tied 5-5.
And Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic, who reached the 100 career win milestone here a week or so ago, gets the pin at 190 pounds. He finishes third for Atlantic.
Lundvall in on an outside single shot there, able to get a three-point takedown with his toes inbounds. Great job by him knowing where he was at. So it makes it an 8-5 match. Stalemate, 44 seconds to go. We're going to come back to the center.
Traven Thomas at 2:15 for Atlantic takes the mat. He's wrestling for third place as well for the Trojans. And he'll take on Polking from Carroll High.
Nelson back up to his feet, escape, 35 to go here. 8-6, Lundvall with the advantage here.
Polking with a quick pin for Carroll High. He's got that takedown and 17-second pin for Polking. Now Woolsey will come out for Atlantic. Trojans had a lot of wrestlers here at the third place as well, Cody Weaver. We'll check the team scores here in a moment, but we're winding down here.
Lundvall with some separation there, and Nelson trying to drive in, and Lundvall really has done a nice job so far getting able to get around behind Nelson quick enough where Nelson couldn't keep up. That'll end the second period. Lundvall will go to the third period with an 8-6 lead. It'll be Nelson's choice here, and he'll go down that bottom position in our championship match here at 175.
At 285, it's Sheffer from HSTW and Woolsey of Atlantic. They go out of bounds here. Still anybody's match in the championship.
Yeah, it's 8-7, so a takedown could do her here. 140 in the third period. Again, Lundvall with that lead. On the edge of the mat, Nelson trying to drive in a little bit, tries to stuff the head, get into an outside single, which he's able to do. You'll see Lundvall go both different directions and able to kind of push his hips. And now he cross faces Nelson and gets a takedown on the edge of the mat, making it 11-7. 1:15, he's got a chicken wing on that left-hand side and basically doing good hip pressure there. He's got a kind of a loose half in on the right side. He's got his legs separated back behind. .55 to go here. Lundvall with the lead, still 11-7. He's going to drive in here. Now he switches over to a half on the other side. In the third period, 40 to go. 175-pound championship match here. Lundvall with that 11-7 lead. We're down to 35. He's got a chicken wing on the left-hand side. He releases that. Nelson now comes up and escapes. Makes it 11-8. Takedown here ties it for Nelson. Nelson gets in on a deep double. Really nice job by Lundvall, able to circle around behind there. He's he's able to get in on a deep double on Lundvall, but Lundvall's doing a good job going opposite direction, switching directions and the hip pressure here. We're down to 18 to go, 15 to go. 11-8, Lundvall with that lead. He's going to try to ride this out here, and Nelson working on wrist control. We're down to 7, 6, 5, and Lundvall's going to be your leader here and your champion here at 175 pounds.
Lundvall, the 2 seed, upends number 1 seed Caleb Nelson. Nelson ranked 9th in 1A in Underwood, and Lundvall ranked 12th in Class 2A, and Lundvall with a big win here at the Rollin Dyer Wrestling Tournament. Well, we'll get to 215 pounds.
190, I think.
Excuse
Unless
me.
they're going to skip around and wrestle in multiple match, which they may do.
It's 190, Cody.
It's Hendricks of Humboldt, and he's going to be taking on the other Polking of Carroll.
The 285-pound third pound match is going on now. They might add another match there.
And this is your 1 and 3 seed here in the finals here at 190 pounds. Polking with both elbows kind of tied up. Now Hendricks drives in, underhook. Polking kind of backed up against. Hendricks wants to go double underhook and kind of bear hug him here. Drives Polking out of bounds, and they're going to come back to the center. 1:24 to go here in this first period.
Well, now we're going to see, I believe, jump a match here, Cody.
Yeah, it looks like Buthe here at
215.
285.
285.
Taking on kid from Carroll.
So Buthe here at 285. The number 1 seed for Glenwood. He came in at 26-1. And his opponent's going to be Holt of Carroll High at 285.
Buthe was a kid we've seen the last few years, at heavyweight. He's a big kid, athletic kid.
Well, a great lineman for Glenwood. I think that's probably where he will end up playing on Saturdays. Although Kohler was a great lineman too, but he's going to wrestle up in the Northern Colorado, I believe he's committed to.
Yep.
Boothie's going to go somewhere, probably D1, and play football on Saturday afternoons. At least according to many. Championship still back at 190. It's just kind of a stalemate there.
Yep, a lot of underhooks, and Hendricks, doing a nice job driving in on Polking, but no points awarded yet.
Yeah, how about the takedown there by Carroll High's Holt just got the 3-point takedown on Boothie. They'll go back to the center, and Holt will cover the top side. Boothie gets the escape. Now it's 3-1.
Hendricks comes back to the center, and he's ready to go, and they're going to call a little bit of a injury time on Carroll in the championship match here.
Maybe we can switch our...
maybe a potential chicken wing on the right-hand side. Kind of tough to tell from this position. You got deep waist for sure on the left. He peels out the right arm of Polking. Polking sits out that opposite direction, gets his arm back. We're down to 50 to go in the second period here.
Kohler is going to come down at 215, I believe, here. And we're going to have that match here on mat number 2, so we'll keep an eye on that. Kohler from Glenwood. And he is the number 1 seed at 26-0 coming in. He had a fall, a pin, and a fall in the semis. He's taking on Ryan Boyle from Grand Island, who comes in at 21-2. So this is
one of those two is from Kohler in the semifinals at the Council Bluffs Classic. I think Kohler beat him 16-4 over there. So, and that's going to be a pin for Hendricks right there in the second period. So we've got one match left here, and we'll get the camera switched over here. We won't have quite the score here, but we've got Mason Kohler here at 215.
We'll keep you updated that score if we can. Kohler from Glenwood.
Taking on Bowl of Grand Island.
Yeah,
here.
Bowl, he won by 8-4 decision to get into the finals.
Kohler driving in a little bit here, and has Bowl on the edge of the mat. Both guys go out of bounds and come back to the center. Scoreless here, a minute 34 to go in this last match of the day, the 280 or 215 championship match here. Kohler with an underhook here. Bowl doing a good job, you know, kind of blocking the arm, but they're both fighting on wrist control here. Kohler now with a kind of a duck under shot there and a nice shoulder block by Bowl there of Grand Island. Now a 2-on-1. Kohler tries to drop down on the one. Bowler doing a nice job hip in the opposite direction. Kohler has the 2-on-1 on the left side, goes to that outside single. Bowl drives in, but he's got a bear hug by Kohler. Kohler takes him back to the mat and gets that 3-point takedown. Kohler on top here, 41 seconds to go with that 3-0 lead here. Working on the right side here, kind of heavy on the right side of Bowl of Grand Island there. 30 seconds to go here. Bowl with his head kind of hanging down a little bit. Kohler now drives in, gets him broken back down flat on his belly. 2-on-1, wrist control on that left-hand side, tries to peel that wrist out. We're down to 15 here in the first period. 3-0 again, Mason Kohler of Glenwood over Bowl of Grand Island. And time's going to expire. We'll go to the second period. So it's 3-0 right now. Mason Kohler with that takedown in the first period. The choice here is going to be Bowl's choice. He defers. Kohler wants to go down in that bottom position to start the second period.
We're up 3-0. We owe you station ID. We'll be right back.
0.7 is KSWI Atlantic, a proud part of Meredith Communications. KS 95.7.
Kohler on the bottom here, just getting started. Kind of a roll here. Rolls through. Is in escape position here, but I think he's going to work on a reversal. Now tries a near side cradle. Drops down to a single. Has that single elevated. Inside trip, takes Bowl back down to the mat. Kohler keeps that leg in a Turk with his leg, and he's going to try to drive forward and to the right and expose the shoulders of Bowl. And Bowl doing a nice job reaching back for that left knee of Kohler's and trying to keep him from rolling over. And Kohler trying to reach forward on the head, you know, kind of a cross face here, and keeps that leg tied up of Bowl. And now he goes chicken wing on that left-hand side. Down to a minute and 5 to go here. 5-0. Kohler with that lead.
You know, Kohler, we go back. I mean, he's wrestled at this weight, these upper weights, since he's a freshman.
I think so.
And he was really kind of an instant, I don't know, star is the word, but how about success?
Well, he's basically the same as you know, at that lighter weight. And even Cochran, those guys came in with so much AAU experience.
Yes.
This type of atmosphere is not a big thing for them when they're used to wrestling.
And they're going back.
Kohler right now drops back to an ankle, picks up that ankle, goes opposite. Bowl doing a nice job trying to come up to his knees here. Inside, Bowl's ankle is just actually tied up there a little bit, so he's trying an inside switch here and just can't quite get it. Kohler just keeps continuing to drive in, keeping Bowl broke down on his hips, and he's going to call him for stalling, and he probably should. I mean, he's basically not trying to work up and work into a pinning position. He's just driving into the hips. So Bowl's going to go back down here. 33 to go here in the second period. Again, this is your 215-pound championship match. All the other weights have been decided. And this is
5-0 here.
Yeah, Kohler and Bowl of Grand Island here. Down to about 15 seconds here to go in this second period. And Kohler just kind of working on top. Bowl kind of balled up, but doesn't necessarily knee slide up. Now he comes up to his feet. A whizzer there. And he tries to get Kohler on, and gets Kohler with the reversal as time expires, makes it 5-2. And it's going to be, I'll tell you what, that was definitely some pressure on Kohler because he went opposite direction and muscled into him.
Yeah, he got it.
And I think even Bull
too. Yeah.
But if you're going to make a move, you make it fast, and that's exactly what he did. It just happened that Kohler's face was in the wrong direction.
So Kohler is being attended to, Cody. I think what we'll do is we'll start back here and give some results while they attend to Mason Kohler. Hopefully he's going to be all right there. I think just got a little stinger right there in the nose. And the champion of 106 was going to be Jacobs. It was Brennan Jacobs of Greene County. He pinned Walsh in 121, Walsh from Sergeant Bluff Luton. And then we look at the third place winner. That was Peterson from Grand Island. Fourth place, Cochran from Glenwood. Fifth place went to Van Horn, Van Horn finished fifth, and Gates finished in sixth. And Jules Gord of Audubon finished in seventh place, and Anderson finished eighth there at 106. Now we're back to championship.
We're started here, and it was Kohler basically was on the top there. It was Grand Island's choice. They chose to go down, and it looks like he's working on a spladle here. Kohler gets his hips underneath here, and Bull's going to try to come out the back there, and he turns him. Now he's going to try to do almost a defensive pin here on Kohler, and he tries to turn here, and Kohler gets his shoulders exposed but doesn't, I guess, maintain control enough.
How much confidence does the wrestler have when he does take that kind of a risk?
Well, he's been in, not necessarily been in that position a lot as successful as he's been, but
he's been in big matches
to know that. So, again, Kohler just kind of riding on top here. They're going to be a stalemate, and they're going to come back to the center here. So
5-2, Kohler hanging on to the lead here, 106 to go. And we've got Coach Weber, I believe, wants to visit with the official here. He's satisfied. At least it appears that way.
It doesn't really matter if you are or not. You're not going to change the official's mind. So 5-2. Bull goes back down for Grand Island. A left arm chop there by... Good job. Again, you don't see a lot of movement on top. He's basically riding the hips.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's kind of what he got called for stalling before. He just was in a double leg takedown here. He's got a inside wrist control.
Well, they're going to throw
and now he's got a chicken wing here. And Kohler trying to drive around the head here and just can't quite get it blocked. And Kohler's just taking his time, being patient here, little steps. You can see him. He's still got the wrist in control. We're down to 20 seconds to go here, 5-2. And Bull just continues to scoot his hips here, gets in a little bit better shape, comes up to his feet. Kohler's going to release him here. And he drives in, and he's already got a stall call on him. And Kohler's backing up, and he's going to get another stall call on him here. And that should be a stall call right there. And that'd be at 1 point, so make it a 5-4 match. So,
I tell you what.
Bull's not going to be happy with the loss. But if the loss before was 8 or 10 points, he definitely closed that gap up. And
that's what Coach Duff always calls it, narrowing the gap, and that's what he did there. And Kohler with the win, 5-4. And that's going to be it here. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We're going to wrap things up. We're going to go back over the results. We've been through 106. We'll pick it up at 113 and give you the results here from the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament. We're back right after this from Elvis Haas, your State Farm Insurance agent in Atlantic.
At 2nd Street Auto, it's our mission to get you back on the road fast. And it all starts with free local towing. Once you're back at the shop, we talk you through your car repair with a free and fair estimate. We do everything in-house so you know who's working on your car. Our Hercules tires come with free road hazard repair, free rotation for the life of the tires, and a free alignment check. And nobody can beat our transmission rebuild and repair experts. Brakes, tune-ups, oil changes, preventative maintenance, and service work make 2nd Street your first stop.
Oh man, this is all I do. And so he told Irving to call me. And so Irving brought me the track with the original lyrics, which I didn't like. And I liked the shakedown part. That was about it. And then I just went in with Harold Faltermeyer and Keith Forsey, and I just sang it, and they liked my vocal. And then I got Tim Schmidt of the Eagles to come in and help me with the center section breakdown. And it all worked out really good. That was number one.
Welcome back to Atlantic as we're going to wrap things up from the Rollin Dyer Invitational Wrestling Tournament.